Everybody, and welcome to the Nevada Unified School District's regular scheduled board meeting. If you would all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And it's always good to hear the student voices out there when we take the pledge. So really, thank you for being here tonight, students. Just a quick announcement. Trustee Butler is unable to be here tonight. She is not feeling well and unfortunately has tested positive with COVID. So we are, of course, wishing her well. I also want to remind everyone that mask wearing is mandated during the board meeting at all times, including times that you may speak publicly. So please do your best to enunciate when up in front of the microphone. Okay, having covered that, I'd like to ask the board if tonight's agenda is approvable, if there's any questions or concerns about tonight's budget order, or if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda. I have a first from Trustee Jacobs and a second from Trustee Question. And all those in favor of tonight's agenda, be 6 in favor of, 1 advisory in favor, and 1 absent.
Mr. President, do we have a reportable action from closed session?
Trustee Miller, thank you very much for reminding me to bring the meeting back to our Vice President, who will report out on our closed session meeting. So with that reminder, Trustee Gasson.
Thank you. So with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section, I have to wear glasses, 48918, consider for expulsion student number 10000065572. The board met on Tuesday, January 25th, 2022. The Nevada Unified School District Board of Trustees met in closed session to review the administrative hearing panel's recommendation on an expulsion of student number 100065572. Based on the review of the panel's recommendation, Trustee Millerick made the motion to expel. The student will be expelled to Marin County Office of Education's Marin Community School for the period of 1 year from the date of the board's decision. For the following Ed Code violations: 48915A2, 48900C, 48900D, 48900J. Trustee Aguila seconded the motion. So I'll now take a roll call vote. Trustee Millerick?
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Aguila?
Aye.
Trustee Jacobson?
Aye.
Trustee Mack?
Aye.
I myself am an aye, and President,
Aye.
no. Okay, thank you. That was 6 ayes, 1 absent. Item 3C is with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session, public employees discipline, dismissal, release. The board gave direction. Thank you.
All right, and thank you. So having approved the agenda, item 7, we'll move on to item 8. Item 8 is public comment on our consent agenda. I don't have any public comment tonight on our consent agenda. So it's time to turn to the board and ask if there is any comments or requests regarding tonight's consent agenda, or if I could have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first by Trustee Aguila and a second by Trustee Mack. All those in favor of approving tonight's consent agenda? We have 6 in favor and 1 advisory in favor and 1 absent. So again, thank you all very much, and we will move on to announcements by the board and the superintendent and our student board members. So I will turn to our student board member to open up with our announcements tonight.
Hi, I know I haven't been here in a while, but my name is Maizani. I'm the San Marin representative, and I do have a few announcements for you all. The seniors are planning their senior showcase in lieu of our senior fashion show because we were unable to get enough donations from stores. So instead, we'll be showing off our own clothes and talents and anything else we could really think of to really show what the senior class is about. This will hopefully help raise money for our prom tickets so we can lower the cost in order to make them more affordable for all students. We do plan to have a Spirit Week in February because we haven't had any rallies or dances lately, and we did happen to miss out on our winter whiteout. We are trying to plan our winter whiteout, but it's unknown whether or not we'll be able to do so. The juniors are having a Seas Candy fundraiser, so if you do want to help out with that, it's going to be on our website, I believe, and you can order Seas Candy from the Valentine's Day section, and I want to say about 15% of that purchase goes towards the junior class. And then the sophomores are having a dine and donate on March 1st at Chipotle, and for every dollar you spend, the students get 33% of that. And lastly, the freshmen are selling Valentine's candygrams to raise money because we were really focused on raising funds for future proms or future Spirit Days or anything like that. And lastly, the PTSA of San Marin is hoping to give us money for something we need on campus, so we're trying to decide what that could be. And right now we're thinking about a sound system for our outdoor rallies, but we're undecided on what we're going to spend that money on.
All right, thank you.
Can I just say something?
Oh, absolutely, sure.
Sonny needs to cheer in about less than an hour here, so she may have to leave. So we understand.
Absolutely. When you're time to go, just go ahead, feel free to leave. That's absolutely approved. Okay, so announcements, Trustee Miller.
No announcements for this evening.
Trustee Aguila.
Yes, thank you. So let's see. I was able to attend the Golden Bell Committee on the 13th, and we are going to celebrate great teachers, and we have a special surprise for a special person that we're going to celebrate for as well. I attended the Linwood PTA via Zoom training. There was a training on the 18th as well, and that was for CSBA Region 3, talked about discipline during a board meeting. On the 20th, we had a Zoom meeting for the Special Education Committee, and there was a PTA meeting as well. And so I'd just like to thank all the hard work of all the PTAs again, and our superintendent, Dr. Derby, for all the meetings, and explaining in detail and just being very clear about the budget and just being very transparent and just sharing out all the information and answering questions. And I'd like to thank Lois too for just having an open mind and seeing us, and I know that you've been working very hard weekends, Dr. Derby. So thank you, and that's all I have for right now.
All right, thank you, Trustee Jacobs.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of a site visit at Loma Verde, and it was between our last meeting and today, and so it was in the middle of kind of COVID craziness, and it was amazing to see how it was all hands on deck in all ways, and the students were really following all the rules very nicely, and the teachers and staff were working so hard. It was really great to see and an honor to be involved with them.
Nothing to report.
Trustee Gasson.
Just wanted to follow up and also say thank you to Dr. Derby for all these PTA meetings that you're attending. And I had the opportunity to go to a couple at the schools I don't have kids at, and also the ones I do. And it was very good to hear the different perspectives and questions that came out of those meetings, and very helpful for myself as well. I also did the District Special Education Advisory Committee meeting, I guess it was last week, and just impressed on how that group is coming together and the things that they're trying to do in support of our students with special needs. And that was it.
I just would like to report out that I've attended two of our board subcommittee meetings. Just yesterday I met with the school fuel board, and they're diligently working on ways to improve their funding, as well as ways to distribute to our our teachers and our students here in Novato. I also had a subcommittee meeting for the Joint Legislative Action Committee's Sacramento trip, which is now a Zoom meeting, will be held on February 9th at 8:30. So hopefully you're receiving emails from Ken Lippy at the district office. I would like to have a good turnout. We'll have our representatives attending, but we'll also have the Education Committee chairs from the Assembly and the Senate addressing us, and it looks like it'll be a good meeting, especially with the condition of the budget. And they definitely would like to hear from us, so hopefully we'll see you guys on February 9th. And that concludes my announcements. Superintendent Derby.
Just a couple of quick ones. It's coming up is Black History Month, and many of our schools have already started doing an incredible lessons, but I was in Paul Norwood's class this morning at San Jose Middle School. If you get a chance, he's doing a civil rights unit that just was so authentic and so meaningful in the way he was presenting to the kids, and they were so responsive. I was very, very impressed. So I say stop by Paul's class if you can. We're getting ready for another booster clinic at Novato High. It'll be a Tuesday afternoon. We don't have the exact date yet, but our families will be able to access that. So that's it. And thanks to all of you that have been coming to all the PTAs. PTA has been incredible just setting up everything for us, and I'm grateful to have your partnership when we go.
All right, good. So that would conclude item 10, our announcements, et cetera. So it's time to get into some of the best things that we do here at our board meetings, and that's presentations from one of our schools. And tonight we have a presentation from Hamilton, which is a TK8 school, and Stephanie Parnell will start us off.
Stephanie, I think Michelle's here with her. Is Jay here too, or just? No, just the two.
No,
Okay.
Jay's sick.
Okay, all right.
Get us all set up. Perfect. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Derby. I'm Stephanie Parnell, the principal at Hamilton TK8. Tonight we will be presenting our second grade Rise in Reading program. I have with me Rise Scholars Board member Michelle Huff and Kirby Wilcox, who was instrumental in creating the Rise in Reading program. So I'm going to let them take it away.
Thank you, Stephanie. Hi, everyone. As Stephanie said, my name is Michelle Huff, and I'm a board member at Rise Scholars. It's a nonprofit that was created to provide enrichment opportunities to kids at Hamilton School, and our programs support academic and personal growth for kids that don't have those opportunities. Tonight, we're here to share with you our newest program, Rise in Reading. And Rise board member Amy Wilcox created this program with her husband Kirby. And Amy's not able to be here because she also has COVID. So Kirby will present for you Rise in Reading.
So good evening and thank you. The Rise in Reading program includes 24 second graders in 4 clinics. Each clinic is 45 minutes in length, and it occurs once each week. There are 12 trained tutors. They are led by a program director and a clinic coordinator, and those tutors give one-on-one instruction to each of the students in the program. The tutors follow a literacy program, a special literacy program curriculum, and we have a dedicated classroom for the program. The curriculum is phonics-based. It was developed over 15 years at the Oakland Unified School District, where my wife was a tutor for all of those 15 years and was instrumental in bringing it to Hamilton. In each of the 45-minute sessions, the students focus on 3 things: sight words, phonics, and Fontes and Pinnell leveled reading. The tutors have started each student where they tested, and they are proceeding through a rigorous step-by-step program, hopefully to bring all or substantially all of them to grade level. The students love the program. They run to the classroom and they don't like to leave it. It's just a lot of fun. This is an image of our dedicated classroom. You can see in the back wall on the left, there's a purple section. That's just the beginning of all the decorations that we have put in for the program itself. And these are 3 images of our amazing, incredible tutors. And you can see that behind them is yet another one of our decorated walls. That classroom is a really happy place. By the numbers, all 24 of those students started well behind grade level. Some at kindergarten, some barely at kindergarten. But in the 5 weeks only that the tutors have been able to provide their instruction, 66% of the students have advanced by at least one Fontes and Pinnell reading level. One of them has advanced 5 levels. 96% of the students have increased by at least one sight word level. One has completed all 4 levels. 100% of the students are totally engaged. For 45 minutes, which is hard, they are absolutely focused. Here we have some testimonials by students, by a parent, and by a teacher.
What do you learn when you're in Rise and Reading?
I learned about tigers and nonfiction and stories a little.
What do you like about it?
I like it. You can play games and read.
Do you get help with reading?
A little bit, yeah.
Tell me about it. How does it help?
It helps. So some days, sometimes I move up levels.
Do you know how many levels you've moved up?
I think like 5.
Holy cow, that's a lot of levels. How do you feel about that?
Good.
Does it make you proud of yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
What do you like about it?
That I can learn to read.
How does she help you with reading? What are some tips she teaches you?
She tells me to say the first words in the beginning, and then I can use. Then I sounded that I can sound out the words.
Do they help you read?
Yes.
Do you know what level you're on now?
I was at E and F. Now I am on I and J.
I and J. You have grown so much.
I need 3 more to go to M.
Are you so proud of yourself?
Yes.
Do you like to read now?
Yes. What I like about it is that all the teachers are nice.
Yeah. What do they do? What makes them nice?
What they do that makes them nice, that we read, we play games.
Do you look forward to going there every week?
Yeah.
Is it helping you with your reading? What reading level are you on now?
I'm on level D. I'm almost on E.
Almost on E. And so your teachers are helping you learn to read? Do you know what kind of things are they helping you with?
They're helping me read, and also helping me with math.
Do you like to read now?
Yeah, I want to read every day.
One of the biggest things that I've noticed so far is that he actually wants to read. He was very resistant to reading before. And I've noticed that he's made a huge leap in learning to blend sounds, which has been his biggest challenge with reading.
My second graders lost a lot of in-class learning time during kindergarten and first grade during the pandemic, and as a result, many of my students were reading well below grade level. Several were stuck at kindergarten level. Well, thanks to the Rise in Reading program, half of my students were able to jump up 3 to 6 reading levels. In 2 short months, 2 of my intervention students have started reading at second grade level. I'd like to think that my and Lucy Calkins reading lessons helped improve their reading, but moving up 1 grade level since our last report card, well, that took a village, and for that, I'm grateful.
What do you learn?
So, do we have any questions for our presenters this evening, trustees? Any, what? Nope. So, want to thank you guys very much for the effort that you put in with our students here in Novato. What you do is very important. I mean, it's too obvious to state, you know, children need to be able to read, and then later on, of course, be able to discern what they're reading from fact and the truth, and what is erroneous and, of course, unwise. But we got to teach them to begin reading in the beginning, and without your extra efforts, I think a lot of students would fall behind, and certainly with your help, they're excelling. So I just want to thank you guys very much for that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Just maybe a quick reminder that if this is a good time to put your cell phones on silent mode, if it's just kind of distracting a little bit sometimes. Okay, so our next agenda item is 11B, and this is going to be a potential trustee area revisions due to the 2020 census data. And I guess we'll start out by having Superintendent Derby introduce our consultants on this project.
Yes, I'd like to bring up Doug and Clarissa. Clarissa is from DWK, and then Doug comes to us as an expert in these beautiful maps, and you have some revisions on your table. So redistricting is a really important thing, and we heard, thanks to Diane, we heard from the League of Women Voters that they really like the work you're doing with us, and that we were so proactive about the work. So we're delighted to have you back again, and looking forward to what you have to tell us that's changed.
Great, thank you, Jan. Good evening, members of the community and board members. Doug Mindy from Cooperative Strategies. I'm a demographer. I work with the GIS software, and I just am embroiled in data right now all over the state. People are redistricting, drawing district lines, and doing these sort of things. So this is great. This is a public hearing, and what we're doing is soliciting input from you all. And it's an important part of the process in order to do this. So with further ado, let's go ahead and look at what is transpiring here in terms of the demographics first, and then we'll talk about how the trustee areas and those sort of things are derived from the data. So if we look at, you already have trustee areas. Other districts vote members at large, so we don't have that problem. What we're doing is looking at how we can make minor changes to balance out how the population has changed in the last 10 years. And so the district has changed from 2010 to 2020. We can see how the variance has changed as the population has shifted around. And so when we analyzed your data, of course, in 2010, when you used that census to balance, there was a total variance of 8.75. Variance is very important. There's a standard in which districts that do this have to come within 10%, okay? Of course, 8.75 makes it within that. And how we get that number is not an average or any other thing other than taking the highest and the lowest number, which would be 4.85, which is the trustee area 7, and negative 391. Add those together on the range, right, on absolute value, and we come up with 8.75. So when we look at the alternatives, that's our sort of window in which we try to balance out the districts, okay? And then you can see as population changed and grew, you basically grew by 1,742 people, and some districts lost, or some trustee areas lost and some gained. So what that did is that throws it off, and you can see that the total variance is 12.3%, and so that's out of variance. So we're going to make some few recommended changes just to tweak it to get within that window. Okay, and let's look at this map here. What these block consolidation issue areas are some of the things we have to contend with the data. So from 2010 to 2020 census, the state of California consolidated by about 200,000 blocks statewide. And they obviously merged a lot together. Your district did you no favors demographically. So what we did in this slide is note these hashed areas are areas that were once 2 or 3 blocks, and now they're 1 block. And so you can see that in 5 out of the 800 or so blocks that you have, 5, significantly straddled your existing trustee areas. So one of the things that we can do is we can use the 2010 balance and apply that to the 2020 balance to come out with the proportion growth. Okay? So it's not absolutely perfect, but it's only 5 blocks out of the 800 or so, and we're doing it in a way that is based on the 2010 splits. Okay? So we're going to use those to construct the areas so that we can not, we can keep the communities and the trustee areas together as best we can. All right, let's take a look at your overall demographics. One thing to keep, you serve total population. The one thing when we're balancing out trustee areas is that you have to use total population. You can't use citizen voting population, over 18, under 18, or any other criteria. It's total population. And we can see the demographics of your district. So 24.1% Hispanic Latino, 60% white, 2.4% African American, 7.7% Asian. So you can see the composition of your district and the number total population that it serves. The Hispanic Latino voting estimates, what this slide is doing is this is the citizen voting age population. So these are the citizens most likely to vote. And we can look at the percentage from this is based on the Census Bureau's American Communities Survey. And so what the state of California does with its data that it receives from the census, right? So the census produces the data and everybody's doing the congressional blocks. In California, the Department of Finance integrates data with other information. Still very close to what the census is, but what they do is they attach things like voting age population. And what they do there is they look at things like citizens, non-citizens, prison population. So if you didn't know that some of the prisoners are counted at the original zip codes rather than where the prison is. So some of those things have changed in the last 10 years from the census. So with that, we're going to provide that. Now, on the worksheets on the website, you're going to notice these things too. So understand that data from that perspective, okay? So citizen voting age population will be important there for the citizens most likely to vote. Okay, so here's the existing current trustee areas, okay? So the existing trustee areas are noted within here. So you can look at, the arrangement. And so what District 1, District 2, 3 in the middle, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it kind of works around in a counterclockwise thing. So we want to look at that as we're evaluating each alternative. So what we're going to do is present 3 different scenarios that take the total population and balance them out, okay? And so that'll be quite important here. All right, so also provided as a detailed, in the slideshow, you can look at that. What we're aiming for is an ideal trustee area size of 8,617. That's how many persons each trustee represents out of the total population. And then the variance on the existing is 12.3, so it's out of variance. Okay, so some of the criteria we're going to use to draw these new scenarios. And number one, and very important, is that each area has to contain equal number of inhabitants. We've said that. They have to be drawn to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act and, moreover, the California Voting Rights Act that has a little bit more stricter requirements, and keeping communities together, communities of interest, that these trustee boundaries, we'll be dividing them. Since you've gone through that process already, the great news is that, some tweaking and things like that don't change the communities that you currently serve. So that's important. And then making sure that the districts, when we're tweaking them, still contain, or they're compact and contiguous, so they don't look gerrymandered or anything like that as much as possible. Of course, respecting communities of interest, keeping them together as best we can. Following man-made features that are easy to describe boundaries like streets, washes, railroads, those sort of things. We want to respect incumbency if possible. And then other local considerations that you, the public, bring to this in this public hearing process. Okay, so scenario one, let's take a look at this. So what I did on these maps is I used the existing trustee areas as the dash line, and the colored and shaded areas are the areas in which we're going to tweak the information to balance out our scenarios. So in this case, you can see, I'll just point it out. So trustee area 4, which is deficit, takes into account a little bit more 5 that grew a little bit, right? So we're taking a little bit away, and then 3 is also giving up over 5 to balance out, okay? So very minor moves on this map. And what we're doing here is very important. Remember the blocks that I showed you? The blocks up here, this is all one block. But since this is split, we're drawing that boundary right here so it maintains its continuity with the other blocks that didn't change. So that's one of the distinctions of these first 2 maps. Then I'll explain the third one and how it's a little different. We look at the demographics, of course, how the balance works out. Our total variance is now 9.0%. So now we're within 10%, right? So we're within our 10% tolerance. We look at the demographics of this, and we see that they're similar to, the demographics that were in the current trustee areas. So doing that. Okay, scenario number 2, a little bit different. Notice that trustee area 4 takes into a little account the hills to balance its population, keeps the other boundaries, consistent, but then also does that same block between 3 and 5 that we have to contend with. But as you can see, other than in the hills there and in downtown, we're not changing a lot of the map, and that's because we're proportioning the blocks. And the demographics for this, without saying similar things, so we have more detailed demographics too available on the worksheets that are on the website, so important to look at that. And now let's look at the scenario 3. Now what scenario 3, you're going to notice this block right up here, okay, is taken into account. And so you can see that before, right, this block and these blocks aren't splitting, okay? So scenario 3, we didn't split any of the blocks, okay? So none of the blocks are proportioned. So they're following their 2020 boundaries. And you can see places like this here, that there's a little bit more roughness around the edges, okay? But we didn't split the data up and proportion it. So that's important as well, okay? And so with that, the demographics, roughly the same, not a lot of change within that. So with that, our total variance on this one is a lower at 6.2. So it allows for a little bit more growth, perhaps if changes occur that you won't have to shift them around in the future. So, okay, so that's the first 3 scenarios that are drafted for this, for the board to consider and the public. So with that, I'd like to open it up for questions, if for the public and the board.
So what we're going to do is we're going to open it up for questions from the board. We scheduled this tonight as a presentation, so it's not a public hearing per se,
Oh, gotcha.
but it is it is an item that the public is welcome to comment on, and we have no public comment on this particular agenda item so far. We have received some emails and other online public comment on this particular issue. So I think what I'll do is I'll just turn to the board to see if they would have any questions regarding the presentation and of how things work. So Trustee Mack, you'd like to lead us off?
Just a quick question. Can you just pull up any one of the maps? Just, and you might not know the answer to this, so I'll just pose it out there. Which are the 3 districts that are up in November? Is it
It's
5?
4, and 6. Extra 6 by 4.
Okay, got it. I thought so. I just want to confirm. Thank you.
And would you like me to add that on the maps in the future?
Footnote of some kind that we have remaining at-large trustees as well as specific trustees, and that might be a good footnote somewhere.
Yeah. Great, thanks.
Questions, Trustee Miller?
So I notice in map 3, and the print's a little small, so pardon me, but I notice in all of the maps, but in map 3 as well, there's 8,389 people in trustee area 1, which is the green, which is the green block, which
Okay.
happens to be where I live, happens to be.
Okay.
But what I know is in that picture, if you can go in to the very right edge of the blue, right up where against the freeway, right there, Habitat for Humanity just got an approved project, which will build out in 5 years or so. And so there's going to be some new housing up in that area, so that's a low number on all of these probably is an advantage. Well, I don't know, because in this one, it's in the blue area. It's in 4.
Yeah.
And in the other cases, it's in number 1. So I'm expecting to see, I know there's new housing going in that area, so.
That's great. So if that's occurring near the 101 in trustee area 4,
Yeah.
the good news on that is that 4 is now, with alternative 3, is a negative 2.7.
Oh, okay.
So it has a little bit of.
So there's a little bit of
good.
room, yeah.
So it worked out.
This is thinking about the problem 10 years from now, I appreciate, but but I look where the town's gonna be changing in terms of how available housing, except for infill, there's not a lot of opportunities for new construction, and there's some up there, so.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we're fortunate there. So that's great to look for that. That's great.
Trustee Gasson.
They need to stay together, though. It seemed like you were inferring that you could still split them even though they're together.
Yes, so the data is proportioned based on the 2010 proportions. So I took, for the scenarios 1 and 2, I took the proportions of the 2020 or the 2010 and multiplied the proportions of just those 5 blocks of the 2020 data. So that way so let's say on this block here that didn't get split in this picture, right? It's like kind of like a triangle, right? It's got 3 pieces to it. It's probably split 45-55 on just whatever the area proportionally splits population, right? And so the majority of the population just slightly tinges towards this side. And so then what I do is I take that from 2010 that did split it, and I take that proportion and apply it to the 2020 total. So it's a straight just proportion based on the 2010 statistics. Okay, and that assumes that the 2010 is still there, which may not, but it's going to be slight. So the demographer and the way to split it, the proportioning method is what we're doing. It's done in other districts, so there's no real, it's not you can't do it, but it, of course, the scenario 3 that has everything intact is based on the 2020 pure census. Does that help? Yeah. I can explain the calculations across the board on all the data It's all block data, and you're taking the 2010 split that was there when you initially drafted those trustee areas and applying that proportion difference for each category. And it totals up, so, yeah.
Trustee Aguila? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to make one clarifying comment. I talked to William a bit, my colleague who's been in front of you before on this issue. And as a practical matter, the county elections board is going to probably draw their lines based on the new blocks that are in place. So what you see in the scenario 3 is how they're going to draw the lines. And they may come back to you and say, if you pick scenario 1 and 2, which splits the block, they may come back to you and say, can you please adjust the block to be in line with what the new state blocks are? So if you go with scenario 3, you're already doing that. If you go with scenarios 1 or 2, the county elections folks may come back to you and request a change. So I just wanted to add that layer. I think it gets a little bit to your question.
Can I ask though, then, when you say county, is it for the purposes, like our superintendent, or not supervisor positions and stuff, are I know that they shift too. Is that what you're referring to? Or you said state at one point and then you said county. So is it?
I'm sorry, county. So any elections that the county is in charge of, they're going to use these blocks. They're going to use the new boundaries that were adjusted, which are reflected in this scenario 3. Your boundaries can split the blocks, but it's going to be more difficult for them to parse it out for you. And in 10 years, when you go to do the census is using the blocks as stated in this scenario 3. So your census numbers in 10 years will be off, and you'll have to go through this same, using old numbers to try to figure out your proportions if you use scenarios 1 or 2. So I hope that helps explain it.
Thank you.
Maria?
And so only scenario 3 is based on the 2020 census?
The exact block boundaries, correct.
All the other scenarios are not?
The other scenarios have split 5 blocks, yeah.
It's only scenario 3?
Only scenario 3 has the pure block geography, right.
And only scenario 3 will match the counties?
Yeah, on the approval, but like you said, right, they'll take in consideration the splits and things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the data in which we did that, so that the
President
communities.
Mel? Is it appropriate to ask?
So hold on, I want to recognize that Trustee Millerick, Trustee Mack asked. No, Trustee Mack, you were asking first.
Yep, thank you.
Is it appropriate to ask specific questions about scenarios? Should we hold off till we have full-blown discussion on this? This is a presentation.
Yeah.
Well, not so much clarification, it's more like my own observation, what I'd like to change, but is that too early, or is it worth it? Okay.
Right.
So here's my concern. Number 6, area 6. On scenario 3, I'm sorry, the one that's up, sorry. I have concerns with it spreading into the Indian Valley area when it's really representative of the Linwood area, and it just does not seem to match. You got a full-on rural horse area merged in with probably the densest neighborhood in the whole city. So I really think combining those two, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it works.
Okay.
So, and I think the area 5 is really representative of that extra area that 6 is taking up. So if you have a way of putting together something that meets the county, what you're trying to do with scenario 3, but doesn't do that,
Yeah.
that would help me.
That's great. How does, so it's better to take blocks out of this area?
Out of 3
And here, yeah.
and put them into 6?
6, yeah.
To-
So if I do 5, so 5 would come down here, I'd have to balance with 6.
Yeah, I think so. 6 and 3 are more similar than 6 and 5.
That's good.
Significantly.
And then-
Heck, take it from 7. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
7's okay too.
That's me, but that's fine.
Yeah, 7 has these other blocks along that creek there too. They consolidated them.
Right.
So now we have to choose one or the other. So
Yeah, I would just keep in mind that basically you go up and over, you go on an Indian Valley Road past Arthur, and you have a whole different neighborhood.
Okay.
So-
Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, so I'm hearing scenario 4 coming forward. And I think the presenter has a fairly idea. I think, is there any, I mean, do we have a strong feeling about keeping the blocks intact, the new blocks intact? I mean, that's sort of a preference, a directive?
That's the point I wanted to speak to.
Okay, Trustee.
I have no strong preference to keep them together. I think scenario number 3 that moves that blue way over there, those neighborhoods up against the freeway are really different than the neighborhoods up by San Marin. And I think 10 years from now, there's going to be enough additional housing up there that there's going to end up breaking the census tract up. Because I think there's all along the Buck Center housing, if Buck Center has housing and the Habitat for Humanity has housing and the other developers that are working up there and Fireman's Fund, there's going to be a significant change 10 years from now. Yep. That doesn't mean you should, but I think it's likely the county registrar, and I wanted to be clear, when you say county, you mean not the county government or the county superintendent of schools, you mean the registrar of voters at the county who has to do precinct, who has to actually put ballots out and mail them to people.
Yes.
That's who you mean when you do precinct blocks, okay.
Right, and I understand they have street center line in the address data, so they will have the ability, but like you said, we're splitting questions, right?
Right, so I think there's an open question to them, can they handle it? Because if they can't, then we got to follow their rules, because they'll red flag our proposal because they said they can't mail the ballots.
Yeah.
So, but with that said, the point Trustee Mack made about having similar neighborhoods have a similar representation, I think in scenario number 3, where district number 4 stretches way to the left, I think it starts changing into a different neighborhood. I think the blue way to the far right there, right up against the freeway, is much more like the green around it than it is the blue. So I would have the same comment about similarity. I don't have a solution, but I have so.
Yeah, that's helpful.
I'm not telling you to change it. I'm just saying that's when I look at this, that's what I see.
Yeah, and if you look at the big maps, you can see the problem we have with these large blocks. And that's hitting them, in 2030. The LARIAC program, I think, is a local agency letting your county know, hey, what you did last time's terrible. Let's divide things up better so that we can, have more choices with geography. Yeah. But that's not here now.
Trustee Question.
So similarly, I see by this sheet that we've got here with the orange lines, so those, are there is that just one big block, or is it broken by that line that's in between? No, this sheet here, I don't know where it is on your slide. So I guess what I'm saying is sort of what Trustee Miller is talking about. It just creates this ambiguity about what district are you in? There's a great website where you can go on and see who your representatives are and stuff, but when you look at the person across the street and go, you're in a different district, and then somebody over here is, it's just, this makes it not intuitive about where you are. You've got that green creeping in between the pink and the blue, and then it just doesn't, I understand that we've got some requirements and stuff, but it makes it really awkward how, our original plan was to try to make it so that, it's going to have bumpy edges, but it's like a grouping, and this kind of starts morphing into
it's tough, because that's why, considered the splitting, because it allows you to keep the integrity of the current districts with a proportion calc. So we can check in on that too with the county specifically, so we can see where we stand on that. The other thing is, if we modify this, what you're doing is you're limited with these gigantic blocks with lots of people in them. So you're looking at 1,500 people. Instead of having 2 blocks like they did in 2010, they now have 1 block, or 2 blocks of 700. You now have a full block of 1,500. And that's hard you just have to really you have to grab other blocks to balance. And so same thing with 2 up here. You've got these enormous blocks. There's 3 blocks here. In this area 6, there's only 4 blocks. But it's a totally different, I get it, it's a totally different.
And I can speak to that because I actually live, I'm not on that map, but I'm on the line, I think actually maybe that orange, that little red thingy. So where I am, the property limits are 2 acres, most of the property. So there isn't a lot of people there because it's a semi-rural, and it's actually county, it's not city.
Okay.
So that's why when you move it that far over, it's, there's not a lot of people, but it's a representative of an area, that's different than a downtown area.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what we'll do. We'll take this, the recommendations to scenario 4 and start playing with the boundaries, and then if I have questions, we can certainly discuss and see what we do.
So I do have one public comment, so would the board like to hear that? No? So our public comment, Alan Harris.
My comment is more in the nature of a question for the presenter. And it was triggered by comments that Trustee Mack made. And my understanding of the boundary line at the end of the Arthur Street northern, I'll show you where it is.
Oh, great.
This line here is the Arthur Street. Okay? I think this boundary line, the one that comes down to here at least. I think that boundary line is the creek and not Indian Valley Road. And I think that the other straight line on...
Above it.
No, going down further on 6 is where the fire road is that cuts through...
To the
that cuts
Indian Valley?
It's uninhabited, and it comes out to where the College of Marin is, Indian Valley location. So I don't think that there's any population change that's really possible. The population on the inward side of the creek is already captured, and the demographics behind District Area 6 do not show any changes in any of the 3 scenarios.
So that they're just blank, so then they could put this back in 5, and you think that 6, I think I ran that, and I do have a balance issue, but now that I can pull from other
Yeah,
nearby,
well,
I can
as
get a
I
block or two.
remember,
Yeah,
that was Griggy 7 in what we originally considered. And I've given away my map of Griggy 7, but I do remember checking it against whether it was the creek or whether it was the Indian Valley Road that travels around. Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, I've looked at Griggy 7A, right? So we'll consider that one as well, but yeah. So where those boundaries are, once we have the definition, that'd be great. And how I can move those blocks around, I'm going to balance it, so.
Okay, any other additional comments or recommendations or hard border lines you don't want to see changed or changed? Nothing like that. So I think you heard mostly the concern. We'd like to keep the blocks together, and nobody's asking the precinct counters to get upset and come and talk to us about that. You're going to find out just how official or whose authority is to whether you can split them or not split them, and we'll have an answer if it gets down to having to split them. Maybe we end up splitting. And you heard the comments about contiguous neighborhoods, but maybe at the same time it doesn't affect the numbers or not. So, but might as well just, if it doesn't affect it, you might as well just put them in the similar type neighborhood, et cetera. And we'll just ask you to bring back that or 2 more scenarios.
Yeah,
and
I think we're going to just a couple blocks, and I think we'll be good.
And would you be the person to ask as far as like timeline? We have to be done by
March 1.
March 1.
Have you on the agenda?
So-
You're on the agenda for February 8th.
Yes.
So based on that, trustees, when we get these additional options coming forward on our 8th meeting, we have to decide. So we'll want to be prepared. Okay, so I think that's going to cover tonight's presentation on our shifting census trustee areas, and we'll get ready to move on. So I see that's the case, so I want to thank you guys very much for being here tonight and working with us. Okay, do I lose the agenda? Okay, we are going to move on to our item number 12, which is our non-agenda public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. I just want to remind everyone here that because these are non-agendized items, the board can't respond, answer questions, or engage in any way. It's just an opportunity for the public to come forward and address the board on an issue that has not been or is not on our agenda. So we're going to move into that section. Just want to remind everyone again that when it comes to non-agenda items or public comment at all, we're still required to wear a mask. So I will. Yeah. Oh, and just a reminder, everyone, you have 3 minutes per person to speak, and we try to limit this area to 20 minutes total, which I think we can do. So our first non-agenda public speaker tonight is Gisela Goulier. And please feel free to correct my rotten pronunciation of your name if I do. We want to make sure we know who we're talking to or listening to tonight.
Gisela Guillen. Hi. As some of you may know, many families have left California, and Marin County in particular. Over 400,000 have left California, and 24% of the Marin population has left Marin. This has caused a financial loss for schools and communities. Having spoken to many families before they left, the main reason they left is the vaccine mandates. If these vaccine mandates become enacted in Novato, many more families will leave, resulting in further financial loss for Novato schools. I understand we are already in a budget crunch/cuts and letting go of teachers and trying to find new ways to cut corners. A mandate without a personal belief religious exemption will worsen the situation. Many more families will leave. As of today, over 16 houses in the San Carlos and San Marin area are for sale. I've spoken to many families already planning on moving. College students and adults are able to obtain religious exemptions. Why are children not allowed? These are grievous human rights violations for children. There are 100 school boards in California that have stepped up to protect human rights and have banned vaccine mandates from the school district. Yuba, El Dorado, Sutter, Kern. Every day new information comes out about these under emergency use products. Primarily, they do not stop infection or transmission, as we are witnessing with the latest Omicron variant. In addition, blood clots, myocarditis, anaphylactic shock, and seizures are but a few of the known side effects. And we have yet to discover the long-term side effects. The UK has stopped all mandates, as more evidence is coming out that vaccinated and boosted are getting as sick as unvaccinated. The Supreme Court of this country has ruled against Biden mandates for businesses. The premise upon which the mandates are under, that the vaccines are protective and prevent severe infection and hospitalization and transmission, has collapsed. The CDC has come out with information that natural COVID infection is more protective than vaccinations during the Delta surge. Many more people now have had COVID, vaccinated and unvaccinated. There is evidence we are well beyond the threshold for herd immunity. These mandates are not making scientific sense anymore. Because of these mandates, my daughter left ballet, which she has done for over 10 years, because she was asked 6 months ago at the age of 10 that when the vaccines come out, will she take the vaccines because it will be mandatory at the Marin County Civic Center. She was also told that anyone that was to see her at the Marin County Theater had to be vaccinated. My daughter dropped ballet, and she refused to have anything to do with discrimination. That's exactly what this is, discrimination without any scientific backing.
Thank you for your comments tonight. We're going to move on to our next speaker, and that's going to be Mariana Montero. If I'm not getting this right, you'll let me know. And followed by that, we're going to have Teef will be up next.
Sí, hi, I want to speak in Spanish, but I don't know how we will do the process.
Sí, si quieres leer, ¿lo tienes escrito?
No.
Okay, so we'll get double, 3 and 3. So lo que vamos a hacer.
Okay.
Yo hablo y tú vas a... Yeah. Sí, buenas tardes. Gracias a todos por venir a permitirnos hablar. Y yo sinceramente no espero que me respondan porque yo tengo desde el 2017 quejas aquí que he hecho de lo que ha pasado en las escuelas que han estado mis hijos.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. To be honest with you, I'm not really expecting a response from anyone. I have been filing complaints and issues since 2017 with no reply.
Ajá. Ahora estoy esperando que mi hija se mueva de escuela. Tengo 2 años, 3 años. Julie me conoce porque estoy en Lusoto. Esperando que me hagan la transferencia para mi hija y lamentablemente la respuesta que he venido personalmente a recibir aquí en el distrito es que el board no ha tomado una decisión de las transferencias de los niños.
I have been waiting for 2 years on a transfer request. Julie knows me personally. I have requested, I'm from Lusatin, I have requested a transfer, and the reply that I have received every time I've sought this issue here is that the board has not yet made a decision on transfer requests.
Yo como padre hispana les puedo decir lo que es vivir con discriminación, vivir con miedo y alzar la voz como padre, que no te hagan caso ni siquiera con cartas.
As a Hispanic mom, I'm able to speak to the fact of what it's like to feel discriminated, to live in fear, to not have a response to my claim and my request.
Por ejemplo, puedo hablar de la directora de Oli, puedo hablar de los directores que ya no están en Linwood, puedo hablar de la directora de Jennifer que ya no está en Lusoto. Jennifer Carlson conoce claramente de cerca mi protesta que he tenido y no lo voy a decir porque es confidencial con respecto de mis hijos.
So I can speak to in regards to the many principals that I have come across, the Linwood principal, the Lusatin principal. Jennifer actually knows the issue at hand, which actually I can't speak of because it's confidential.
He venido aquí, incluso me han negado a hablar con la superintendente, me han negado a hablar con la encargada de la educación especial.
I have come here, I've requested a meeting with the superintendent, with the person in charge of special education, and both meetings have been denied.
Ajá. Me han recibido y no haya habido traductores cuando yo he venido a hacer una queja pidiendo que sea confidencial todas las quejas que uno hace como papá.
Or when they've met with me, it's been without an interpreter to be able to file my complaint.
Ahora, ¿cómo puedo venir aquí a decir que mis hijos no tengan miedo? Porque tienen que usar una máscara ellos, tenemos miedo de decir todas las quejas que están pasando, tenemos miedo de que los niños puedan caer enfermos en las escuelas y no estén capacitados el personal de la escuela a atender una emergencia de un infarto o de otro issue que pueda suceder ahí en la
So how
escuela.
can you expect us to be able to come here and speak to the many fears, the things that our children are afraid of? Now they have to wear a mask and we don't even know if the school staff are going to be able to attend to, special emergencies or situations from a heart attack or anything that might arise from these mandates. Puedes seguir.
Entonces, yo vengo aquí a alzar la voz por todos los niños y los padres que no tienen la capacidad ni la comprensión de poder explicar lo que está pasando.
So
Yo tengo miedo ahora.
I'm coming here to raise my voice, not just on my behalf, but on behalf of many of those other parents and children who don't find themselves capable of doing this.
Y aquí le puedo mostrar si a alguien le interesa todas las cosas que hemos solicitado al distrito y que no han sido escuchadas.
And if anybody is interested in looking at the many requests we've made of the district and many requests that have gone unheard, I have a file.
Cosas simples como que el derecho de que el niño tenga su lonche, que no se quede sin comer. cosas fáciles de que tengan el derecho de tener jabón en el baño y que tengan una puerta donde no les puedan ver sus partes privadas.
We're talking about simple things like not a child being able to have access to lunch, a child being able to have access to a restroom that has soap and supplies, and being able to have access to a restroom that provides them with some privacy that others are not able to see their private parts.
Derecho a que nos traduzcan correctamente, que no nos engañen con la traducción. Derecho también a que no nos obliguen y el personal de las escuelas, como las Community Liaison, nos digan que por qué estamos dando quejas del personal de la escuela.
We have these rights that are being violated. We have rights to have appropriate and accurate interpretation and not to be sort of given the runaround with translation, or to not have staff tell us, like the community liaisons, and question us why we are coming to raise these issues, to have these complaints.
Ahora tenemos miedo a los papás, ahora ni siquiera podemos ir a ver lo que están haciendo nuestros hijos, los profesores, ni el personal, porque no nos permiten la entrada a la escuela y no podemos tener esta capacidad de poder ir porque tenemos miedo de estar en la escuela. Si antes tenían muchas cosas que pasar, ahora ya no podemos ni siquiera saber lo que está pasando con nuestros hijos.
So as parents, we're concerned, we're afraid, we're not even able to set foot at the school now to see what is happening. If these things were happening when we were able to be at the school on site, we have no idea what's happening now that we're unable to be there.
Ahora mis hijos viven con miedo porque he venido muchas veces a dar quejas. Ellos viven con miedo de las represalias que puedan tener. Te niegan las transferencias, te niegan el derecho de decir tu voz, te niegan, incluso te amenazan de que no puedes hacer un IP.
So my children are in fear. They're in fear because they know that I've come to the district. They know that I've come to file a complaint. They're in fear that there will be negative repercussions held against them from all my complaints. We've been denied all these things. We have been denied a transfer. We've been denied an IEP.
Incluso también los obligan a hacer más ejercicio de lo que no deben de hacer.
And in fact, children are asked to exercise even more than they should.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments tonight. We are able to receive materials tonight if you'd like to drop them off, either here or there, or you're welcome to make an appointment to visit with the superintendent's office to hand off the materials for anyone who has information they'd like to leave behind tonight. Okay, our next speaker is Teef, and it looks like a last name initials, but do we have a, okay.
Yeah, okay, great. So
I'm gonna need your last name.
Why?
I just would like to know who's addressing us. Is that okay?
Gibbs. I don't think I'm required to give my last name, but that's okay.
It's a
so we
request.
came here tonight to speak as a coalition of parents. We are being denied entry into the room. First, we were put in this room because we weren't going to wear masks. Then we were moved to a completely separate room because we weren't going to wear masks. Now we're not even allowed to come in without a mask. There's a 60-year-old woman sitting outside in the cold who cannot wear a mask. She's medically unable. There is an exception in the CDC requirement for masks. Also, I'm just letting you know, your security guard pushed me, and I will be coming in tomorrow to file a complaint. So this is ridiculous. We should be given equal accommodation. You were able to give us the room last time. I don't know why you can't do that now. So there was a quote in the USA Today. "I'm done with masks. We've been idiotic about them since the beginning." Another quote. "Typical masks are not really effective in keeping out the virus." Another quote. "Cloth masks are little more than facial decoration. Mask mandates have always been about showing compliance rather than keeping people safe. School masking is completely unsupported by the data. Of all the inhumane, absurd policies adopted by the experts and incompetent, terrified local bureaucrats, masking children is one of the most indefensible. One of the most important methods that these political activists use to justify the continuing insanity of masking children is ignorance. They depend on parents and media outlets remaining unaware that tens of millions of children are not required to wear masks all across the United States, and that there's been zero negative consequences whatsoever in those areas. Kids in California, New York, Illinois, and a number of other states are required to wear masks every day at school. Nearly 40% of school children nationwide are required to do so. Other states leave it up to local rules, which means about half the kids in the country are wearing face masks every day. Social distancing, eating lunch outside, and performing athletics in masks. Close to 30% of all schools are legally prevented from implementing mandates or face pending legal challenges, which means few in those states are imposing restrictions. Comparing the grouping of the states with required masking in schools compared to those without mask mandates, where very few students are wearing them, we see nearly identical trends, and those with little to no masking have lower current case rates. And here is a graph to show that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just want to take a second to go back and just let the public know that we do publish our agendas in advance, and in advance it lists how to go about making public comments, and there are alternatives to coming here personally and speaking. You could submit your comments in writing. You can have someone read your comments for you. So there's many different ways to address the board if you'd like. Our next speaker is Mitchell Levin. And after Mitchell will be Miriam Levin.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me this evening speaking. I'm seeing people all over Novato and Marin County walking alone and wearing masks. I'm seeing people driving alone in their cars wearing masks. There's a fear-mongering that's going on in our county that just simply doesn't make sense. Given the opportunity, people are going to be scared. And the more you create an environment that is dangerous for people, they think it's dangerous, they're going to just comply. You know how unhealthy it is to walk alone outside and not get the fresh air and cover your face and not breathe fresh air. The body needs fresh air. Driving alone with a mask is lunacy. So, not one person has died in Marin County that's under 35 from COVID-19. I don't know if you're aware of this. It's probably more than 35. It's probably closer to 40. So this is about you guys. This is about the teachers and you guys being terrified of your own humanity. By forcing kids that are healthy, that get better when they get COVID-19, and you guys are going to put an experimental drug inside their perfect and healthy bodies because you're terrified. And that's just not, it's not legal and it's not right. And you can't do it. It's against the Constitution. We, the parents, are able to decide what's appropriate and what's right for our children, and you can't deny them or discriminate against them to go to school. My own daughter is a junior, and she's up for athletic scholarships and she's up for academic scholarships with a 4.3 GPA. She wants to be an orthodontist. That's a lot of years of school, and you're going to interrupt the flow of her getting into the school that she wants to if you're going to mandate that we have to vaccinate her. That's just lunacy. My neighbor across the street's mother, perfectly lucid and healthy, didn't want the vaccine, but his sister forced her to take it, and now she has dementia. She could tell you all about her upbringing in Egypt, and now she doesn't even know what day it is. And another friend of mine's mother, the same thing happened to her. There are damages that are happening from these vaccines, and you can't deny it. And to put our children in jeopardy is just, it's immoral. And we're asking that you please be on the side of morality and there's a reasonable doubt that these kids can get damaged from these vaccines. So please, no vaccines for our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miriam Levin, and after Miriam will be Christy Martinelli.
Hello.
My family is extremely threatened by the prospect of future vaccine mandates for our children to attend school. The vaccines were issued under an emergency use authorization. It's unconstitutional. It's constitutionally illegal to make anyone participate in an experiment using coercion. School districts don't have the authority to impose public health orders on their school children, especially when it creates multiple barriers to education that far outweigh any speculative benefit. Where there is risk, there must be choice. Speaking of risks, COVID-19 shots represent a greater risk than getting COVID. Data from the UK shows deaths among teenagers increased 47% since they started getting the COVID-19 shots. Deaths also rose among 15 to 19-year-olds after the shots are rolled out for this age groups. The vaccines are significantly riskier than public health officials have disclosed and can trigger serious cardiac and thrombotic conditions, menstrual cycle disruptions, Bell's palsy, Guillain-Barré syndrome, and anaphylaxis. Young males who get the jab are more prone to myocarditis, and individuals with suppressed immunities that get it are made more vulnerable to other diseases. All currently available COVID shots in the U.S. are experimental. None are licensed. Since COVID shots are experimental, U.S. law requires recipients to have the right to refuse. Experimental drugs also cannot be mandated, and recipients must give written informed consent. But informed consent can only be given when reports of side effects are not censored. The UK admitted that once you have been double vaccinated, you will never again be able to acquire full natural immunity to COVID variants or possibly any other virus. They say that vaccinated adults are now more likely to be infected than unvaccinated ones, and the unvaccinated will gain lasting, if not permanent, immunity to all strains of the virus after being naturally infected with it just once. As such, Boris Johnson had the courage to announce that all COVID-19 restrictions in the UK will end on January 26th. That means everything. Anthony Fauci confirmed that the PCR test can no longer detect live viruses, and that neither the antigen test nor the PCR test can tell us if someone is contagious or not. This invalidates all the foundations of the pandemic. The PCR test was the only indication of a pandemic. Without PCR testing, no pandemic. This is ultimate proof that the measures must all be lifted immediately. If mandates are... Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Next is Christy Martinelli, followed by Gianna Martinelli.
My daughter, she's going to come up with me.
Sure.
So we are actually just coming from basketball practice last minute here. We just felt the need to come and tell you guys how we felt. I'm born and raised here, Christy Martinelli. My husband's a firefighter. This is my daughter, Gianna. She's 12 years old. I have a son, 11, another boy that's just turned 9, and another one that's 1.5. My husband and I both coach CYO sports. I've been doing it for a while. We give back to the community. I volunteer as a CCD teacher at LA of Loretto. I'm a realtor here in the community, actually been the top realtor for the past 4 years. I tell you this because I feel like I have a good pulse on the community and what people are saying. I see why people are leaving. I see why San Franciscans are coming this way. In 2020, our 3 oldest kids went to Pleasant Valley School. Extremely happy with the school, loved the school. Didn't love COVID and didn't love distant learning. Had to pull our 3 kids November 2020 because it wasn't working. My husband and I both being essential workers, and our kids being home and having a COVID baby didn't blend together. So we moved them all to our LA of Loretto, the private school. 2021 last year, my 2 children decided that they wanted to stay there, so we kept them there. The 9-year-old, we moved him back to Pleasant Valley. So he's there right now. I'm coming to you guys and I'm telling you that I'm not anti-vax at all. My kids have been vaccinated. up until the COVID vaccine. My husband was one of the first ones to get the vaccine. Coming to you just to talk to you as a parent to tell you that these mandates and mandating kids, I'm very anti-mandate, especially with a vaccine that has not been approved, especially with a vaccine that does not have any long-term effects. I want to be able to make the choice of what my kids, what vaccines my kids get. And I feel like if you mandate it, you're pinning me against the wall to pull my kid again. And I'll pull my kid again because I did it before and I could do it again. And I'm telling you right now, I'm in a group with 90 other parents that are all ready to pull their kids too if you mandate this vaccine. And we'll pull them to a private school or, there's people that are trying to leave. So I'm praying that you guys do the right choice and stand up for kids and our community.
Thank you for your comments. Gianna, would you like to speak now?
Okay. One second, I just need to get her notes really quick. We literally did this in the back. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. My name is Gianna, and I'm in 6th grade at Our Lady of Loretto School. This past week, one of my friends had a birthday party and invited all the girls that were vaccinated except
Can I use her time to talk to her notes?
I think that'd be okay. You're going to read her notes? That's fine. She started. We can listen to the end of it.
So all the girls were invited that were vaccinated, except the 2 girls that weren't vaccinated. She wanted to come and talk because she wanted to tell you about how divided this community has become, and it's not the Novato that we know anymore. And we feel that if you mandate this, it's going to continue to say it's okay to divide our community. Is there anything you want to say? You want to talk about anything here? Okay. She says that I've had COVID and it was fine. I'm not vaxxed. My friends that are vaxxed have had COVID and they're fine. I feel like we're all the same and we should all be looked at as the same. Please do the right thing and look at us as all the same. Anything you want to add? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you very much. Our final non-agenda comment is from Jennifer DeAndre.
Much for your time. I'm not going to give you a bunch of medical facts that your school district is paid and incentivized not to hear. We're all in this together. We are all in this together. This was done to us. Everyone was told over and over on every news station, over and over again, that this was the only way out. And if you're intellectually honest with yourselves, believing anything else or doing your own critical thinking interferes with your own personal health history. And I understand that that's scary. But I'm asking you to take yourself out of the equation because mandating experimental injections do not make your injection work better. If that has not been completely obvious to all of you during the Omicron variant, then you're asleep. Lifelong virologists and vaccine creators have been screaming at the top of their lungs that to inject everyone during a pandemic creates viral pressure, which mutates new variants amongst the vaccinated. And this is why the highest vaccinated countries have the highest caseloads, and they're on to their 4th injection already. There have been more supposed COVID deaths since this already obsolete experimental injection was released than before. Are you aware that there have been more deaths in the first few months of this EUA release than any other vaccine put together in the past 20 years? Fact, look it up. What a business plan. What a business plan. We are a captive audience, and they have no liability for the over 20,000 deaths and hundreds of thousands of injuries. Who do you choose to be? It takes a greater person to set yourself aside and be the parent or grandparent of children who have decades of life left? Or are you going to settle and be paid off and play God with our country's future generations? And if so, how do you sleep at night? That exact situation to that young little girl has happened to my daughter, who's also a 4.5 student and who has the ability to go anywhere she wants to go to school. And she may have to choose TCU for a full scholarship that she's getting, thank goodness, because they're not mandating this. And as someone else said, all of these things are going to take over everyone's livelihood.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our agenda item for a non-agendized public comment, and we're going to go ahead and move on to item 13, which is a staff report. And this staff report is going to be on the 2022-2023 governor's proposed budget for the state of California, and our Chief Financial Officer, Lois Standing, will make the report.
Hello. I'm just here to give a few of the most salient tidbits from the budget. We'll be hearing more about it. This is a proposal only. That has to be always a qualifier. We know that we find out in January what the governor is proposing. There's all kinds of negotiating and discussions that go on at the Capitol. And then the May revise comes out with updated numbers. But even that is not the definite. Those are the numbers on which we will base our budget for next year. But then the actual budget that the state agrees to in June is what we'll have to abide by, depending on how that comes out. The clearest message from this budget is that the state is doing really well financially. That is clear. Revenues are coming in high, but I will focus specifically on what this is going to mean for Novato Unified. So one of the things that we saw in last year's budget was there were several new ongoing initiatives that were funded. New programs we needed to implement in order to use the money that was going to be given to us. And these programs, I'm going to name the most important ones. One is called Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. We got almost $1 million this year. And what this means is we're going to put together a program which provides 9-hour-a-day enrichment classes, after-school care, a 9-hour day for students, and it's meant to be focused on our unduplicated students, our English learners, our free and reduced students, and our foster kids. Other kids can certainly participate, but that is, it's meant to mostly help out those children. And it sounds like we're going to, the way it looks right now is we'll get almost double that amount for next year. So this is something that the governor's really pushing, and we're going to do our best to create a great program for our students. Universal Transitional Kindergarten is another initiative. So we'll be admitting more and younger students into our transitional kindergarten. That funding is continuing over the next 4 years till we can allow all 4-year-olds into our program. Also, universal is a big word in the budget. Universal meals. We already knew that we were going to be required to feed anyone who wanted to eat at our schools, and now the governor is proposing that the state will fill in to pay the districts for these kids who are not eligible for free and reduced meals through the federal program. So that's good news. Now, the other side of the governor's budget are one-time programs. He did not introduce any more ongoing initiatives, so that was good news because we're overwhelmed trying to make these other ones that I just mentioned happen. But there are some new, just one-time money going for things such as early literacy, career pathway, dual enrollment, and school construction. We'll find out more about those. My ears especially went up for the school construction. This is kind of a new idea to put state budget money in for paying districts. Usually it's through an election. that we see a proposition for bond money. And this is actual money from the state budget, and it's talking about funding at least 75% of all of those districts that are on the waiting list right now, which Novato is one of those. It's not clear which ones of ours would cover, but it could be up to $5 million for us in reimbursement money. Okay, the COLA, as everyone's heard, is 5.33%. That's extremely high. It's the statutory amount, nothing extra added to that. And that would be over $3 million for Novato in additional funding. But so much of it depends on what our future enrollment looks like. If we have a huge drop, then that COLA won't have the same effect that it would if we didn't. You all know we've been talking about the cliff because we've been protected by hold harmless. And that is something else that's in the governor's proposal. He's suggesting that they add a third. Right now, you can either use your current ADA, your prior year ADA, whichever is higher. And now he's talking about a third option where you would take the average of this year and the last 2 years. So that would help us if that came through, because our last 2 years are the hold harmless amounts. So we'll wait to see what happens there. Special education is a place where things look a bit better. It, of course, won't be fully funded, but we have a COLA adjustment of the 5.33, and then some other types of funding, and it's talking about coming out to $820 per ADA, where just 4 years ago it was only $545 per ADA. So that's significant. Independent study was not really talked about, but they're talking that the school services workshop last week, they said that they expect in the trailer bill language to see that independent study will continue to be required. So that's probably a good thing for Novato, because we have been able to serve other students in the county whose districts did not want to take on that program. So we'll see if that happens. And one of the other big things that I can't not say, although it's the worst news, is right now the governor does not have any help for pensions. In the last 2 years, they've added money to subsidize the pension costs for districts. That, as it stands now, is going away. CalPERS will be going from 22.91 to 26.10, which is a 13.92% increase, which for Novato is $343,000. CalSTRS is the bigger one. Of course, we have more teachers than we have classified. That's going from 16.92 to 19.10, which is a 12.88% increase. And that's $1.3 million additionally for the district. So right now, that's already in our multi-year. We've already calculated that. But it's still to think about. We get this COLA, and then these kind of extra costs come in to hit us. So that's all I had planned to say. Are there any questions or anything you've heard about or wondered?
Trustee Miller.
So this is a thumbnail view. There's lots of new programs at 5.5 COLA, but we're getting almost about a 2 or 3% additional cost in terms of what the district has to bear in terms of funding retirement. Is that a close number?
Well, I have a pet peeve about the percentages. It's all how you talk about it. Yes, it's going up 2% from 16.9, but the change is really almost a 13% increase.
Right, but as a percentage of our operating budget, our total, we're a $100 million, $95 million a year business. So our revenue is going to go up 5% of $98 million, and the cost of retirement for both of our bargaining units is going to go up something like 2% of our total revenues.
No, it's not.
True?
You can't it's not the
But
same
tell me how I
percentages.
can do that, because it looks like they're handing it to us and taking it away at the same time.
And which they are, but you can't really
good,
be
I got
clear.
that right.
Yes, that they are. But look at it this way, they're giving us $3.5 million, and they're taking away $1.6 million. And those are estimates, but that's approximately.
So half of it goes through this magic rabbit hole.
Right.
Okay, so it's not 5.5, we have to play with it, some
Yes.
percentage of that we
Right.
can use for other purposes. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
The state always plays this magic game on us, which drives me generally
Well,
nuts.
percentages can be very misleading
Well, of
depending on.
course, on purpose.
Right.
That's not an accident.
All right, we have a question from Trustee Gasson.
So I think I either wrote wrong or I misheard. So the COLA of 5.33, I thought you said came to about 5 million, but then you
No.
just said 3.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, that's where my mistake is. So it's 3.5 million potentially, and then the CalPERS and the other pensions about 1.65. Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
And that is based on our FTE of currently.
Any other questions or comments from the trustee Milrick? You have
You also said there might change the rules depending on how many years we can go back to do our average daily attendance
Yes.
numbers, so that
Yes, we're keeping
rule's
our
up for
fingers
grabs.
crossed on that one.
Okay, well, yeah, so we don't know, it's a
Right.
maybe. Okay, thanks.
Trustee Mack.
As long as they're talking about ADA, has there been any progress on that bill changing from ADA to enrollment, or any news there?
Not that it's still
Okay.
there.
That would be big,
It hasn't
obviously.
been killed, but I haven't heard that it's
Okay.
been successful.
Obviously, that would be big, but, yeah.
Okay, so any other questions? So I'm going to take this opportunity to make a few comments. This is the time for all of us, the trustees, through the Joint Legislative Action Committee I had mentioned earlier, has put forward a set of priorities. Special education and pension relief is literally 1 and 2. So it would be it's of some value if we would take some time to contact our representatives and even a letter to the governor's office at this particular time while the budget is going through what I would is called rider bill writing, or in less formal terms, backroom deals. So what we need to do is to voice our opinion with our elected leaders in Sacramento as to what we think is important. And for one, I think that they would like to hear about the whole harmless part, so that we would be able to build our budgets based on income levels that we received prior to the pandemic and those enrollment levels. Independent study is also something that is not for sure, that could use some enforcement as well. So my messages to my fellow trustees and the public, or anyone within the sound of my voice, please become active in with the state government on behalf of public education here in California and in Nevada. Because if they don't hear from you, those who get paid to talk to them will have the loudest voice, and without a doubt will end up with the most significant portion of the budget. And I'm going to make a plea for our leaders within our bargaining unit that the same thing where you heard Trustee Millick describe how they give us a certain amount of money on one hand but take a third away on another hand is directly affecting many of our employees and their future pension plans. And I think that it would be fair to say that these pension plans are at risk. And so if you should be speaking up for yourself and trying to get the state government to do more about this particular issue. A 13% increase in anything is a lot of money to deal with, and I just think that the more we speak up as constituents about these issues, the better off we're all going to be. So thank you for allowing my soapbox time, and I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
So we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is going to be discussion action. And it's item 14A, and that's going to be approval of Resolution 13-2021/2022. And we're going to be reviewing and approving the revised Nevada Unified School District's skipping criteria for certificated layoff. And this is going to be presented by our acting HR department and
Barbara Frankovich.
Barbara.
And there's 3 of them, but this one's going to do this one.
And I have at least one public comment on this.
We had originally brought this to you in December, and this is for wording change based on the information that we have now, and Barbara will explain it. Thank you for being here.
Public comment first or after?
No, you first.
Okay. Thank you all. This the changes that the district is recommending are really based on the uncertainty that every school district faces with regard to layoffs that have to happen by March 15th. Staffing is not finalized until closer to March 15th. We've reviewed it several times. And we've also reviewed what the needs are within the district in terms of the specialized staff that actually teach here. So based on that review, originally the resolution would shall be exempt. And because of that uncertainty about what classes might need to be taught, particularly at the secondary level, what things can change between now and March 15th, we're recommending we change shall be exempt to may be exempt, because the district will need the flexibility if indeed the numbers of kids change and the staffing requirements change again as well between now and when final preliminary layoff notices are distributed. And we completely overlooked the career technical education credential as one that possibly should be skipped as well. And that's a very critical component of the high school educational program for kids that really like to take those kinds of classes. And there are a number of them at both of the high schools here. So based on that rationale, we're recommending that you approve the change in the skipping criteria resolution.
Okay, you guys. Trustee Millerick, all right.
So a couple of things. One is, thank you for adding the career technical education. The College of Marin is building a community college program for career tech education that will build on top of our high school program. And Dr. Derby and I had the chance to go visit and talk about how that might be a stronger relationship going forward than it is today. The last thing we want to do is take our career tech education and inadvertently put them in a layoff situation while we're trying to build the program. So good catch, thank you. And I understand that now this is going to be a made tool. It's a better tool for you as we move forward, given the uncertainty. So I support both changes, and I would be prepared to make a motion to approve this if asked.
I'll second.
Okay, we do have at least one comment on this issue.
Okay.
So, but before I was going to, anyone else have any questions or clarifying comments before we listen to our public speaker? All right, then Mariah Fisher is our public speaker on this item.
Good evening. I wanted to just bring up a group that I also feel has been overlooked while we're trying to build up our transitional kindergarten program. We are going to be increasing that program significantly. We have current staff that they are taking the classes they need to take right now in order to continue working as transitional kindergarten teachers. Unfortunately, they are low on the seniority list because they just got here. So they're enrolled in programs, they're working on those ECE credits, they're active in our TK, they are on the TK task force, they're working really hard to get us ready for that universal access transitional kindergarten program. And I think it makes complete sense to consider adding them to the skipping list. Thank you. There's another one as well.
Okay, we'll take one and final comment on our skipping criteria resolution.
Sorry, that's me. I'm last minute.
go ahead and give us your name. And
Leslie
so-
Robertson,
All right.
longtime NUSD parent, current TK teacher, and Mariah just spoke to it, but we had actually, a few of us TK teachers had submitted public comment at the last board meeting that didn't make it to comment. I don't know why, so I'm here and thought I would mention that, as Mariah said, TK is a qualified position with ECE units required, et cetera, and as you know, Universal TK is coming down the line, and it's going to be a very required position, a very important position. I'm currently working with a few new TK teachers that are very nervous, working very hard, got their qualifications, have their qualifications, and now don't know if they will not be around. And then if we fill our TK classes, as we're working really hard to do, we're self-promoting them right now, we're going to need TK teachers again. So rather than pink slip and pull them back and have to rehire, we just really ask that you consider that this is a skipping position. It really only makes sense. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board. We've had the presentation. We've had I just want to check. Trustee Miller had an opportunity to change, and he's offered up a motion to accept the resolution as recommended. So I'm open to questions, discussions, or a second. Okay, Maria, I apologize if I didn't catch that. So I have a first by Trustee Millerick and a second by Trustee Aguila
No.
to.
Right, correct, and I don't, given that these are very methodical processes, I don't intend to change the recommendation of staff. I'm asking you to adopt it as drafted. If there's important issues that need to get in front of Dr. Derby, staff needs to have that conversation, but I don't intend to change the motion that was proposed by the staff for this evening. So that's the motion I put on the table, and I'm standing by it.
Okay, so, and the second still stands, and as reiterated by Trustee Miller, that's the motion that I am calling the question on. So those of you who are in favor of the current recommendation as given, vote. We have 6 for and 1 absent. So we will adopt the resolution changes as recommended in the report. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 14B. This is an approval of Resolution 14-2021-2022. This is a preliminary certificated layoff notice, which I will ask the superintendent to present.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask Nancy and Louise to come up. One of the things that's really important for us to try to understand is these are what we know right now, but it's not taking into account the number of teachers that may, on January 31st, submit some resignations or retirements, or the February, according to our contract with the teachers. So although we have to give you something that looks a lot of teachers and a lot of positions, this may look very differently once we know our enrollment and once we know people that are retiring or resigning. So it's to see this number and then to see a different number on the budget, I know was disconcerting. Some of these are categorically funded, so they wouldn't benefit the general fund. So it feels a little confusing, but this is to give Nancy and Louise maximum flexibility on what we can try to do as we go through this very difficult situation and try to match our enrollment with our teaching staff. And as we know, even if we weren't making any cuts, what the goal is to match our enrollment with our teaching, because we know we're way overstaffed now. We've been talking about that for months now. So with that, and Nancy and Louise can answer any questions you have, I just wanted to make sure to clarify the difference in the two amounts, because it looks like, what are we doing here? And so those are the reasons. Okay, thank you both. We're glad you're here.
Go ahead.
Did you want to start with questions, or do you want us to give some input? Okay. Okay. we started this process and using numbers that were given to us that were estimates last November, we went back and went through all the enrollments that are currently here as well as the current staffing and found that, what, as Dr. Derby already said, we were overstaffed this year. And combine that with the declining enrollment that we have as predicted numbers for next year, we are doubly overstaffed. And so we want to give ourselves the flexibility to have the staff reduction, and hopefully it doesn't come to where we are proposing. We've got some numbers that are constantly changing, and the unpredictable is how many TK students will be coming in. These numbers that you see on your second the sheet there with the listed specifics are based on if they have the same numbers. If we have the same TK students and kindergartners that we have this year, we're hoping that we have the same amount. Nancy and I know would like to acknowledge the fact that reducing staff is very painful, it's sensitive, it's personal, it impacts people's livelihood. Last time I did this years ago, I had to go through the same thing, riffing teachers, the hearing, the tears. We get it. And this isn't something we enjoy doing. We'd like to not even be doing this, but it's something that, because of the budget, we have to make sure that our enrollment matches the staffing.
We also want to mention that as we've gone through this process, we're working very closely with and collaborating with the principals. The numbers that we have met with them to match what they also believe they have in terms of enrollment, and they've been very straightforward and cooperative, and being in that position ourselves in their roles, you often are so afraid to give up your real numbers because it can affect your staffing. And I have to say, their understanding of the situation the district is in, they are very forthcoming, and we are all on the same page. So we've double checked our numbers. And also talking about the process as we move on and how you work with your staffs and your teachers. I mean, I went through this 5 years in a row over 50 years ago in this district, and I know how awful it feels because the message you walk away with is that they don't value me. And it has nothing to do with that. It's strictly what we're looking at right now are positions, but then we do have to follow what's outlined in terms of a reduction in force. So it is a very emotional time for all of us.
And the number of people that it keeps constantly changes. Like, for example, we have a teacher decided to come back off of leave. We just got notice of that. So these people are coming here and there, and it's constantly changing, and we have to make sure that we allow for the possibility that we have to have this maximum number of teachers. We're hoping we don't have to go there, but we need that ability to do that so that we match our enrollment to this FTE.
Okay, so trustees, any questions or clarifications, comments you'd like to make about this item? Trustee Aguila was first, and then Trustee Miller.
Well, I just wanted to, for the record, unless I missed something, I don't have list of names of the teachers. It's just the positions. So I want to just throw that out there. You mentioned that it's personal, and it is for them, and we're sorry. I mean, I'm sorry that we have to do this, but I get this position of the school district too, and I just wanted to just clarify that we see positions, not names, and it's a shame, but I also understand we have to do this. So.
But that is the next step in the process once the board has approved this, where we are now with the positions. Then we start to identify who it may affect, and the board will need to make a decision prior to March 15th.
Okay, Trustee Miller, you were next.
There was conversation we had 6 months ago about teachers who were temporary, that had left their position on a temporary basis, and we had granted them leave to do that, which they get to do for a year, I think. And we had extended some of those slots, but that prevents another teacher who is ready to work from getting a full-time position. They're on temporary assignment because they're only filling a partially empty or temporarily empty slot. Have we addressed those issues? Are we doing everything we can to make sure that the teachers who are working here are protected with their positions? That was a 6-month ago conversation.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You have to match your temps
Yep.
with the people on leave.
Yep.
And so that's what we have to work on now, because we have to hold positions for all of those people on leave. Are there 12, Barbara, on leave? Yeah. Right, so we have to hold those 12. Those
Okay.
12 they have seniority.
They
so
do,
we
right?
put
They get
them
to move back.
back first. But as soon as we see how that goes, that'll be another group that we can say, oh, are you staying in your other position because they have to take a leave from the position that they have.
So the deal is there's a very complicated set of rules
Yeah.
for employee rights that are state law or union negotiation, but we have to follow those rules, and we are going about the business of following each one of those steps and filling the positions. And my daughter was laid off from this district 15 years ago. And I've been on the other side of this conversation, and it's a painful
Absolutely.
conversation.
And you know the pain that people go through, and that's
And on
where
the
we
other
are.
hand, we only have the dollars we have, and we can't let the state take us over, because then things get way worse than that. We have to do our job, and our
That's
job is
right.
fiscal responsibility tonight, so,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
So we have another question from Trustee Aguila, but hold on, I want to make sure you guys are set so far. So, okay, Trustee Aguila?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to Trustee Millerick's comment that it's not only the dollars, but we only have the students. So it's not necessarily the dollars, but we don't have enough students. So that's really what it came down to, my understanding, yeah. And now that I'm on the mic, I wanted to just kind of address the students that are here, or the children that are here, and I just wanted to say how well behaved they are. And I'm just like, I've gotten up 3 or 4 times to go to the bathroom, and I haven't seen them get up, or so. And I'm wondering if it's 8 o'clock, and if yes, because I'm sure they've got homework, and I'm not a mom, but I just wanted to acknowledge them and just say thank you for being so well behaved.
Okay, Trustee Mack, did you want to make a comment?
So this kind of bridges 14B and 14D in that it kind of talks about the financial aspect of this. And I highlighted a specific paragraph here in the write-up that's attached, and that is, in many cases, class sizes are well below the limits agreed upon in the collective bargaining agreement between the district and the Novato Federation of Teachers. The district has reviewed its current enrollment at all grade levels and has accounted for retirements and other position attrition. Based on all this information, the district has projected it will need 57.4 fewer teachers in grades TK through 12. What I would like to do, and Lois, I might ask you, because it's probably going to fall on you to do this, is to put together some sort of analysis that actually shows us the degree to which we are, not at capacity. And my suggestion would be something to the effect of perhaps for each campus, the number of students that we would have if every class was at full capacity with regard to the agreements with NFT versus what we have. So for instance, maybe school A is at 65% and school B is at 80%. And really kind of stack those up to get a composite for the entire primary, and then do the same thing for secondary, and then kind of roll it all the way up to the district. I think that would be very, very instructive for everybody to better understand that this is not sustainable, that We have some classes with 12 students, and they're supposed to be 28. That's what we're looking at, and I think our community deserves to see that. So,
We can do that.
yeah, so
We've done it.
I'd like to request that.
We have actually done that.
Okay.
We have taken
Share it, please.
every secondary class, every single one, and found out the class average for that school. For example, in some schools, you're going to have 15
Right.
students in a math class, and you're going to have the 28 to 32 and another school in math class.
Right.
So it varies from one campus to another. That's the design of their master schedule, and they make those choices based on the sections that they are allotted for the number of students that they get at the secondary level.
Right.
At the elementary level, again, students don't come in neat little packages of 24, which is the TK to 3, or the 28, which is the the contract language for 4-5. And so that's where you get your combinations. But you're right, the numbers. And if you'd like, I've got all those numbers. They're in my office right now because we had to go
I'd love to
over
see
them.
it.
Yeah.
This took
I'd like to share it
hours.
too.
Days
hours,
and
I would-
nights and
I would love-
entire
Days and
weekends.
nights to do
Yeah.
this.
If
And
we could,
so
if we could, yeah, put it into some sort of presentable package
Yeah.
that to share with the public, because the public needs to see this as well and be on the same information level as us, so that
Yeah.
we all understand why this is happening. I understand we don't want to get into the weeds with Class A, Class B, Class C in terms of one individual campus. Really just,
Because sometimes it's an individual choice at the site to have
Right,
small
or-
classes for that subject.
right, and not even at the grade level, just really, campus by campus by campus, roll it up to primary, the 4 secondaries, 5 secondaries, I should say, roll that up to secondary, then give us a whole district number, and then people can just drill right down through it and say, oh my gosh, look at this.
Yeah.
So-
We can bring it back as a staff report, Ellen. So when we feel like we can do it either in February or March.
Okay.
I would just ask too, to share with the public if we can.
Yeah. Well, it'll
Okay.
be a staff report and then we'll put it online. So
Perfect, thank you.
So our business tonight is to adopt the recommendation. We will, obviously, taking the suggestion, it sounds like the superintendent and staff has an interest in presenting more information as we go forward, and so we'll be working together to do that. But tonight, if there's no more other comments or questions, I'd like to have a motion to adopt the recommendation to adopt the current list.
I'll move resolution number 14-2021-2022, a resolution to decrease the district number of certificated employees due to reduction in particular kinds of service for the 2022-2023 school year.
And seconded by Trustee Mack. So all those in favor, voting aye, 6, 1 absent. Thank you very much.
For the next one, too.
Okay, next on our agenda is 14C, which is adopting a resolution 15, reviewing and approving the Nevada Unified School District's classified seniority list.
Right, so you may recall that you already adopted the certificated seniority list. And with the new legislation that requires us to do it at the same time as the classified, we have to be on the same page for the March 15th deadline. So what you have before you is the classified seniority list. And Maria's comments where we don't have any names on anything. The seniority list, this one and the one that you already adopted, that's what we're going to start going up. And that's where we'll start attaching names when we have to really do the final about who we won't be able to continue with at this
December
time.
14 meeting, I think, is when the other one was adopted by
Yeah,
us.
I think you're
December
probably
14th,
right.
yep.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago.
Yep.
So this is just the same thing so that we're aligning with the new legislation that requires us to have them March 15th.
In the process of this, we did the same thing with the certificate. This gets prepared, then it does go out to the sites, and the employees are encouraged to look and check their own to make sure that it's reflecting what they believe it should reflect, and if it doesn't, they contact us and we look into that. So it's all been checked by employee group.
Okay, so we have I'll I'll call it, it is the first time classified seniority list presented to accommodate the new legislation to meet the March 15th deadline, along with the certificated staff. This is the business is for us to adopt this resolution as written. We've heard from staff that in the event after staff has a chance to review, if anyone comes forward and challenges any of the information on here, it'll likely be brought back to us for correction at that time, keeping in mind that we have a March 15 deadline to present the final hirings and dismissals, for lack of a better word. So, having said that, do we have a motion to accept the recommendation for Resolution 15? It would be incumbent.
I'll do the work. Let's, I move we adopt Resolution 15, 2021-2022, resolution reviewing and approving classified seniority list, classified seniority as opposed to certificated.
Trustee Mack, would you like?
I'll second.
You'll second? All right. So all those in favor of adopting the resolution as written, we have 6 for it and 1 absent. So again, thank you very much. So it is time to move on to item D, which is approval of the proposed budget reductions 2022-23. Our Chief Financial Officer, Lois Standing, will present and
I would just like
information.
to suggest before Lois gets started is that we let the kids have some time to speak so they can go home and go to bed. So if you guys are okay with that.
Of course.
Yeah, because they've been so good all night. I mean, they're just amazing. So Ellen wants to say something over there. Want to do?
Just in case.
So I think the staff is asking how we would like to proceed. We have a total of 13 requests to speak on this item, given 3 minutes apiece, 39 minutes total. I'm going to make a decision to reduce that to 12 because one came in essentially after what I would consider to be the cutoff. And we have 12 in total. That's 36 minutes all told. I will do my best to pull the students out of here and have them address first. So question 1 is it okay to extend our agreed to 20-minute limit on this particular subject? And I'm seeing nods, yes, that we should go ahead and do that. And the other question is, would you like to hear from any of the student speakers up front prior to the presentation from staff?
Absolutely.
So I'm hearing that as well. So with as much help as possible, I'm going to have some issues identifying who is and who isn't a student by looking at these pink cards that were handed to me. I know who some of you are, but I guess maybe you guys could stand up and we'll just have you go in order, and if this young lady would mind, I will recognize you. But if you would stand forward and give us your name and go ahead and make your comment on the list, and I will recognize this young lady first.
I'm Cadence Wells. So do you want me to start?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cadence, and I'm a 4th grade student of Olive Gate. The GATE program is really important because it gives so many kids an opportunity to learn, because many kids, before they came to GATE, were not challenged in school. And the point of school is to learn and to be challenged. And when all the things are easy for you and you get every answer right, it doesn't feel so much like learning anymore. And when I came to GATE, I felt welcome, like I belonged, and I learned that I didn't know all the answers. So many kids could become amazing scientists, doctors, lawyers, artists, authors, and so many other things, but they just don't have that encouragement. That's what GATE gives you. The encouragement that pushes you forward in life, that motivation that can best be given by other kids like you. And you ask, can't there be individual schools with a similar program in each grade? There could, but it wouldn't be nearly the same. In a normal classroom, the teacher cannot challenge the GATE kids as a GATE teacher can, because in a normal classroom, there may be some students working below grade level. In the GATE class, we get to do so many things that you could not do in a regular classroom.
We get done with the required curriculum and do fun activities that challenge us. And many students with disabilities or special needs feel like they don't belong when they are in a typical class, but feel welcome when they come to GATE. And not only that, but many kids make their lifelong best friends in GATE and become amazing people because of their experience in GATE. And in GATE, not only do you feel welcome no matter your gender, race, or abilities, we all accept each other and work as a team. So cutting GATE is not only cutting the class, it's cutting the courage of future Albert Einsteins, cutting the hope of the next Marie Curie, and cutting the next generation of amazing people.
Thank you. I have a second Wells here, and if this is this a parent? I'm going to have you be the first parent.
But I thought we were doing the kids
I'm
first.
going to do the kids first.
But
yeah.
Karen, can you help with the order of the kids, or telling us the names of who you want to go up?
Yeah, this first. Okay,
Oh,
so.
okay.
Okay, so, young man, just young man here, the first seat, please step up and give us your name, and you're going to be third.
They prefer being called they and them. Those are my pronouns.
They prefer.
I will do my best to use the appropriate pronoun.
Okay.
So, yes.
Just say your name first, honey, and then, say your name first and then read whatever you want to read. Yeah.
Can somebody help me?
That's
My name is Denali Holt, and I am a fourth grader in the GATE program. I am here to ask you to not take away our GATE program. A few things you probably don't know about me. I am strong in math, science, and puzzles. I am also on the autism spectrum, which for me means I have a hard time with organization, following directions, and seeing from other people's perspectives. I identify as non-binary and prefer they/them pronouns. I love my GATE class. This is the first time I've been in a class filled with others that have challenges like me, and some have challenges in other ways. But we can't see each other and connect with each other in a way we couldn't in our general classrooms. We are not alone, but we wouldn't know this without being in this class with our awesome teachers, Miss Green and Miss Nyquist. My teachers at my old school were great, but there is something special about Miss Green and Miss Nyquist that makes them different. My other teachers can understand me, but Mrs. Green and Mrs. Nyquist understand me fully, and that makes me feel great. Last year, at this time, I remember filling out my youth truth survey at home, and I remember saying that I had never been challenged in my other classes. This is not the case in my GATE class. I learn something new every day, and I have to work hard in all of our projects with communication and organization. I'm lucky because I get to finish this program, but what about the other students in 2nd, 3rd, 4th grades right now? Don't they deserve a chance to see that there are other students like them? Shouldn't our district be making it a priority to protect these students? Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. If we could have the next student speaker.
I'm Nicholas Mackles.
Look at us.
Okay.
Just look at us. You're good. Yeah, perfect.
There are 26 fourth grade students in the GATE program. And in the GATE program, the activities are more challenging than what I was doing at my other school. In my old school, activities were a lot easier because I already knew how to do most of the schoolwork. In the GATE program, I am with people that are excited to learn the way I am and who I can connect with. There are many more cooperative activities and projects where we work in teams. I didn't think I could have so much interesting, exciting, fun time in school. I hope other kids can experience it too. So keep GATE, please.
Thank you. So our next student is, come to the microphone and please give us your name.
Will Coleman. Hello, my name is Will, and I am one of the 26 GATE fourth graders in Olive. I know there is lots of debt that needs to be paid off. The GATE program is a great place for hard and fast-working students. Though you may not be disappointing me or the other GATE people that are already in GATE, but the other younger third graders who are hard workers. Imagine the kids after us that could not get to learn. Imagine the future inventors that could not have the courage to try to do things that nobody will teach them. I love the GATE program myself, but I can never imagine anyone not going here anymore. All kids of different race, gender, anything is possible. Kids would come out and feel like they belong. The teachers of GATE program also understand, which makes us really happy. We haven't been challenged all our lives, and this place makes us feel challenged. It makes me and all the other kids here feel special. I know how tough it is to change schools, but what about the people that want to go? The GATE program at Olive is ran by two loving teachers, Miss Green and Miss Nyquist. I hope that you really think about the decision that you make. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more students who would like to speak? So in the name of family unity here, I'm going to call on Ellie Wells, who I believe is requested to make a public comment, but has a student speaker.
I think the students already said it best, but I'll just add a little bit. So my daughter spoke. She's in fourth grade at the GATE program. And I also have a son who's in second grade at Pleasant Valley. And the GATE program has just been amazing for her in offering challenges and truly engaging her in learning in a way and a level at which that she hadn't previously experienced. And both with my daughter previous to GATE and currently with my son, they've had wonderful teachers that have really done their best to offer extra challenges. However, the teachers have so many different levels that they're trying to teach to. And so that's why the cluster option is not really an equivalent option to the contained GATE program. And if the contained GATE program is discontinued, our family would unfortunately have to look at private school options starting in the upper elementary years in order to find an environment where our son could be more challenged and engaged in learning. And I know that there are other families that would do the same. And so once a family has switched to private school, they may not return to NUSD for their secondary education. And so if this is really about the budget, I would ask you to consider that this short-term decision of potentially dropping the contained GATE program would likely end up costing NUSD significantly more in the long term. And so thank you very much for considering this and for all the work that you're doing for our children and for our community.
All right, thank you very much. So I just want to do a quick check-in to make sure that all of our student speakers tonight that have had a chance to speak. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to thank you guys for being here and letting us know what you had to say. We listened, and we're going to discuss it now. You're welcome to stay, but you're probably better off headed for home. At this point, I'm going to bring it back to the board and say I think that we should go back to our staff report. I think it'd be better to hear what our staff has to say on the issue, get our questions answered, any comments we want to make, and then take public comment again from the adult list. So having said that, does that seem like a reasonable thing? It does. So we will go ahead and pick up where we left off with Lois Standing, our Chief Financial Officer, proposing or presenting on this issue.
Hello again. We have a, this is my Vanna White tonight. We have a Excel spreadsheet that we're going to use that we will be able to, once we go through the discussion and decisions start to be made, we will be able to track the progress of what your decisions are. So you'll see it is the list, the well-known list we all know at this point, and we have one column static, the white column, is what we have looked at. There are a few changes in the numbers that I'll go over as we go through the items tonight. And then the yellow, Ashley will be able to take away or put in numbers as requested, adjust numbers, whatever you as a board decide to do, so we can monitor what it is we need to do. So I just, before we get started in the details, I want to once again acknowledge the committee. There was hard work that went into this list, and there are a lot of people that had input into what these items are, came from a variety of sources, which I'd gone over in the workshop. And the other comment I'd like to make is that the resolution you passed was for $4 million. That is the apparent hole that we see in the first interim budget. But I would also, from all of the discussions we had before, going back to the budget, California budget, and what we've said of what you don't know exactly what's going to happen, I would encourage you to think about all of the different items that make sense to cut from your perspective as board members, and don't stop at the $4 million if there's more than that makes sense as far as running the district in a more streamlined way. That will only help us move forward and try to help the employees and the people that are still working here in the district. Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to go through each item. Some will be fairly quick because there is no adjustment to it. I'm sorry. Yes, of course. So we're going to go through each item. I think if there's any questions at the time, I know last time we waited till the end. I think if something comes up at this point, let's get it clarified right away so that everyone is on the same page with each item. Okay? So, and I'll remind you, these are in order of the ranking by the committee. They ranked 1, 2, or 3, with 1 being support of the item as a reduction item, 2 being I could live with it, not my favorite, and 3 being no, I don't want that to be a reduction. So then we totaled it, and the lower the number, the more it's ranked from most supported to least supported. Okay, number 1 is eliminate warehouse manager position. As I told you before, the warehouse was closed down a couple of years ago. But the position of the person of the job to manage that warehouse was never eliminated. So that person has been employed doing different things, but it doesn't make sense to keep that position open. And the savings there is $79,000. Eliminate benefit specialist position. That is a position that's empty right now. That person holding that position has moved on to another job within the district. And in conference with the Human Resources Department, it was determined that that is not a needed position, especially if we're able to negotiate a change to a health provider company business that does a lot of the functions that job does. And I'll let you know, we had our first meeting with NFT and CSEA, and one of the possible providers presented, and it was a very positive meeting with lots of good questions, and so we're moving forward on investigating that possibility. Number 3, eliminate Director of Student Success position. This is, I don't think we changed this dollar amount. This is the same, yes. This is a position that is vacant right now. There is a plan to reorganize the Ed Services Department, and this position is not included in the plan. It is not a true cost of this total position, but as we take away positions or add a position to get the reconfiguration right, this is the net savings, is the $100,000. Eliminate technology supervisor position. That's the full cost. Again, this is an empty position right now. That person has moved on, and the supervisory duties of that job have been taken over by the director of the department. Eliminate frozen groundskeeper position. that has been vacant for a couple of years. It was frozen in some of the previous budget cuts, but we have kept it in the budget in the multi-year because it was not actually eliminated. We are now proposing that we eliminate it, so it will be taken out of the budget for a savings of $67,500. So those are some of the positions. Most of these, not the first one is full at this, is filled at this moment, but all the others are empty. Next, we have approved overtime only for emergencies. That's going to take rethinking in several departments in the district, but I think it can happen so that the only overtime is when it's absolutely necessary. And we need to be able to look at our work and prioritize and streamline. I know in payroll we were talking today about what we could do. We're going to brainstorm and come up with ways that will save a lot of time. There's a lot of paper that moves around in that office. We'd like to change that. So we're looking at $125,000 savings with that. Then we have reduce elementary prep teacher positions. This is correcting for the declining enrollment. With fewer teachers, there's fewer preps to be covered, so we need fewer prep teachers. Number 8, reduce departmental and site discretionary budgets by 10%. Fairly straightforward. We'll do that across the district. Reduce assistant superintendent HR position to director. The thought here is we are looking to be consistent with what positions are at what level, and the HR leader does not oversee any directors. So that's what the criteria we're putting for an assistant superintendent. So it would make sense to make that job a director, or as they oversee different types of employees. Eliminate stipends for board members. That is a suggestion, and that one's open to whatever you as a board decide to do with it. This one, I kept the same title, but I'll explain what's happening. Reduce assistant superintendent of ed services to director. So we have further examined how upstairs is going to be reconfigured, and it looks like the very best way to do it is to keep the assistant superintendent position up there and have 2 directors below that position. So again, keeping with our criteria of if there's directors that need to be supervised, then it would be by an assistant superintendent. So that is, it looks like that's going to be the best way to do it. So those savings have been removed from this list. And then we have eliminate 30 teacher positions. And when you saw this list last, I believe it was 25, that because of the work of Nancy and Louise, we learned that there is more room for reduction at the secondary schools than what we had previously thought. They have a vast knowledge of master schedules, and they were really able to dig in and see that. So we feel comfortable saying that we can, the budget can stand, will be helped by 30 positions, which I know, as we discussed before, is very different than what was just on the resolution you approved, but part of that is the categorical funding piece, and part of that are the layoffs that are proposed to cover people coming back from time off and various things like that, being removed from certain positions and putting back in the classroom. Okay, so then we stopped and totaled right at that point, which on the chart is the left side. And those, everything above that line hits 3,994,585, which will meet the requirement for $4 million. That is definitely close enough to do that. So there is one solution right there. And then we go on to the other items that the committee wanted to put forward to the board for discussion and decision. We have reduced communications director to a public information officer. That is a position that started out in the public information officer, and it right now is at a director level. yet does not supervise any people. So again, trying to look at the consistency of how positions work within the organization, that sticks out as something that is a little out of the ordinary. Okay. And then we have number 14, eliminate the GATE program. And we have information from one of our principals that I would like to read on this item. And it says, my name is Teniat Chima, and I am the principal at Loma Verde Elementary. Prior to becoming a principal, I was a teacher at Loma Verde and taught 1st, 4th, and 5th grade. During my time as a 4th and 5th grade teacher, I was also the GATE cluster teacher. I attended trainings offered by the district office to become GATE certified. I have attended the California Association of Gifted Conference, as well as the National Association of the Gifted Children Conference. In 2012, NUSD offered GATE certification training by John DeLanchier, who provided a perfect blend of research on giftedness as well as practical strategies and tools to use in the classroom, such as the icons of depth and complexity. In fact, following the GATE certification training, his book, Making All Kids Smarter, became an invaluable resource for me, and the icons became an integral part of my classroom instruction. I had a very small GATE cluster that year, but I took the message of the book and the training to heart. All kids benefit from the strategies and tools that are designed for gifted students. And with that mindset, embedded the icons and other strategies intentionally into my classroom practices and instructions. And I saw growth, not only from my gifted students, but from all students. I share all of this with you to provide a context and history of my own views, experiences, and opinions around educating our gifted students. The issue of reorganizing GATE education at the elementary level has come up many times in my 17 years with NUSD. Since it has surfaced again, I wanted to urge you to look beyond the sincere pleas from parents and to analyze data to inform your decision. Academic achievement data. There is no doubt the majority, if not all, students in the self-contained classes thrive academically. I urge you to compare that with academic data of gifted students in cluster placements at the neighborhood schools. I can only provide data for Loma Verde. Loma Verde, on the 2021 CASP, 100% of our 8 GATE identified students achieved a 3 or 4 on math and ELA. In fact, 75% of the students received a 4 in ELA and 75% of the students received a 4 in math. Enrollment data. It would be helpful to see who was choosing to attend the self-contained GATE at Olive. While I was a teacher, our district made an intentional effort to create GATE identification criteria that was equitable. While I believe that the identification process has yielded a more diverse group of gifted students, I would conjecture that the socioeconomic status distribution of the students in the self-contained class does not reflect the socioeconomic status distribution of the students who are identified. When a self-contained class is housed on one campus and no transportation is offered, there is an underlying access and equity concern, even though it may appear that equal access is offered to all who are identified. Class size data. It's also important to analyze the class size data for the self-contained classrooms. In the past, when the classes were housed in Linwood, in order to meet class size requirements, the self-contained classrooms were occasionally filled with high-achieving students to ensure full classrooms. This practice was troublesome at best, since it actually goes against the research about gifted and high-achieving students on how to best meet their needs. When the classes moved to Olive, it was decided that only identified students would be placed in the classes, a policy which has created some very small classes over the past few years. I urge you to gather the class size data for the past few years. Much is said about the positive impacts on students' socio-emotional health to be in with like-minded peers in the self-contained class. Unfortunately, we don't have quantitative data around this issue, but a quick look at the recent class size numbers would lead me to conjecture that a 4th or 5th grade class with only 17 students could lead to positive outcomes for any student's emotional well-being. She goes on to talk about sizes in previous years. I'll go past that. Additionally, gifted students are not a monolith, and when we group students based on criteria that does not actually take their social, emotional maturity and ability into account, we may be creating issues. In my 7 years as principal at Loma Verde, we have actually had 2 students choose to return after joining the self-contained class for a trimester. In both cases, parents indicated that the self-contained class was not actually a match for their students' unique giftedness. I hope you can see from my very long note that I am very passionate about this topic. Our district has an equity imperative and has done a lot of work in examining our practices to ensure that we are providing equitable access to all our students. When we create a class with a higher percentage of educated and engaged parents who have higher levels of access, we can't be surprised or even pat ourselves on the back that there are positive outcomes for students. That is a predictable pattern. I know you have a hard task at hand, but I urge you to use an equity lens and data to make your decision about the self-contained GATE classroom. Our district is marching forward on the right path with our proficiency-based education work. That is where training to engage and challenge our gifted students needs to be embedded. I urge you to ask how we can empower, educate, train all our amazing teachers with strategies and tools that will benefit all students, including gifted students. I urge you to ask how we can foster cultures of inclusion and collaboration at all our schools so that all students, including our gifted students, feel connected and thrive socially and emotionally. I implore you not to look at this as a cut or setback, but rather an opportunity to highlight the excellent GATE education at all the elementary sites. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my words, and I thank you for your hard work. And then there's the article that you got in your packet that she included with that. So that was just to show another bit of information on that item. Okay. Next, we have eliminate 3 deans at the middle school. And as we've talked about quite a bit, it is to replace them with PPS counselors to align more with the rest of the secondary schools in our district.
Can I just jump in for a second on that one? Is that okay? Yes. Okay. So I take exception, I guess, with the word eliminate, because we're not eliminating the deans. We're reclassifying them, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy and Louise, but I think we do need to reduce the position, change it to a counselor, and then have people
reclassify so that it goes then into our, gets out of the general fund and into the categorical.
It's probably a poor choice of words. I will accept that.
Because I think a lot of people think we're just going to eliminate it outright, and then basically the kids are on their own, and that's not the case at all. And really, ultimately, what we're trying to do is basically reclassify them so that they can be in categorical. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, that requirement has been there for multiple years. It just hasn't been acted on yet. But I'll let, go ahead, Jan.
I think you're referring to the missed assignments that we've had in 2016, 19, and 20 regarding that position, yeah.
Right, so the point I want to make is...
So I just want to make sure that we're just asking questions, getting answers, and...
okay, I'll stop.
All right, thanks.
I don't mean to, well, I don't have a question, but since he already mentioned this, then we can move on, is what people take out of here is the sheets. And so they're taking this sheet. So
Trustee Gasson, I think what we're trying to do is get the presentation. We are going to talk about all of these items
I was just
amongst
going to
ourselves.
say that word eliminate. I was just going to request as a follow-up that if we can change that, because this is a data sheet that people pull out. That was my comment.
So, okay. So when we talk about it, make sure you bring that up so that it can be presented appropriately. I just want to make sure that as as we're getting the information, we understand it as delivered. And then we're going to talk about all these things.
And I'll emphasize after those comments that the savings from this comes from the fact that we're able to move a large amount of the cost into our supplemental funding, which then relieves our general fund. Okay. We have eliminate health and welfare benefits for board members. That's one of the items that came from historical, looking back to 16, okay. We have a tiered salary reductions for district administration. This was suggested by one of our committee members, and after the discussions that we had last time.
Number 16 is Hamilton. You just skipped it.
Oh, my goodness.
I didn't think you meant to, but
Well, sorry, guys. Yes, it is on the list, number 16. There was a suggestion from a committee member moving Hamilton Middle School to San Jose Middle School, which the savings there would be based on an assistant principal would no longer be needed at Hamilton. So that's the $121,000. So sorry for that oversight. And then we had the tiered salary reductions. As I said, that we had direction to look at other options for administrators. And at the end of the document included in your agenda is we looked at all, this item suggested by a committee member only talked about the administrators at the DO. And then what you have, the data at the end of the agenda item is looking at all administrators across the district and shows you what the savings would be with a 5% reduction, a 4%, 3%, 2%, and 1%. So you can see those. And then we have two other options for the communication director position. One is to reduce it to half-time. That was brought forth by one of our committee members. And then we have eliminating it altogether, which apparently that suggestion has been around for quite a while also. So we have a total for everything, and there's 3 different totals because of the 3 different options for communications director. We obviously can only do one of those, so that's why there's 3 potential totals. And as we work through your discussion and the items, not only will the total on the left-hand side change, but it's also connected to the larger totals, so we'll see how that all works out.
Just a quick question. It'll help me to know how many people were ranking these, so basically I can take it and just divide into each of those numbers and kind of get an average ranking value in my head.
How many on the committee?
Yeah, that we're submitting votes here.
So 20. The top one, everyone ranked the top one as number 1, so that represents 20 people.
So there were 20 people voting. So for instance, line item number, what would it be, 20, basically.
Most people gave that a 3.
Or 2.75 on average.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So that's the,
Yes.
those are the items and explained now, and we got some questions. I'll just check with you guys. We have several public comments, and if you would like to hear those first, and then we can discuss the cuts amongst ourselves. So I'm going to turn to the individuals that would like to comment on this agenda item, and starting with Kashmir Alder Ivanbrook.
To be clear, we're going to allow 20 minutes at 3 minutes each, or are we going to do?
We agreed earlier to allow, we had student speakers in there, and then there was a total of 12 altogether that we were going to let, and it was going to be 36 minutes altogether. So we are going to go over the 20 minutes on this.
Yeah, so you're going to let everyone that you've got a card in hand speak for 3 minutes?
I am.
Okay, good. Thanks you for the clarification.
Okay.
G'day. I'm speaking to the decision to consider reclassifying district-level positions to their previous designations. As an example, the Communications Director will continue unchanged if the Board does not change its mind. The only explanation offered is that the current times require effective communication with the public of Novato, so we need this position. That's not enough. Can you explain why you need a Director of Communications whose job is currently to direct themselves as opposed to others working under their leadership? I read the job description and the list of things that the position requires, and nothing in that job description speaks to directing others. It speaks to liaising with different groups, maintaining the district website, putting out flyers, newsletters, communicating district business and decisions with the public. So why is this a director position, paid at director level, for something that does not, at first glance at least, fulfill what would normally be associated with directors? Why isn't it a public information officer position like it was before? I spoke on 2 occasions about the concept of bureaucratic capture. Bureaucracies know more than those tasked with supervising them, such as this board. And that asymmetry of information allows bureaucracies to do well for themselves in the form of higher wages at the possible expense of those they are hired to serve, that is, the public of Novato. We have evidence for this. If your teachers are being paid in the bottom 25% of Marin pay scales, whilst your administrators are being paid in the top 25%, you have a perception problem that you have to clearly explain. But bureaucratic capture isn't just about keeping the board in the dark. It also concerns the fact that the board gets to know the people it's supposed to supervise and to know them as real people. Unlike teachers and staff who do not interact much with board members, administrators of varying hues do interact more with the board, so they are more well known to the board. It is emotionally difficult to make hard decisions. As you said tonight, it's going to be really hard, right? About the employment of people, even if you don't know them really well. But it's even harder to make such decisions about people you know well. 30 and more teachers are being let go by the district. That is a hard decision. The board may know some of them, but it's even harder to reclassify down someone who you know well. But I urge the board to do this work. You have trade-offs and choices to make. Each $100,000 is equal to a teacher position, a gate program, a dean position at a middle school, or closing Hamilton. What trade-offs does the board want to prioritise, and why not others? We want to know your reasoning in detail. Also, I'm for vax mandates, for the proper use and knowledge of how to use statistics, and I'm a big fan of the scientific method.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fisher.
Good evening. My name is Mariah Fisher. I'm here as the representative for the Novato Federation of Teachers. I also teach middle school here, and I have 3 children in the district. I just kind of wanted to make some comments on a number of things on the list. Number 7, I find the writing, the description, not clear for the public, and that you, Trustee Gasson, brought that up a little bit before. It's what we're really talking about is eliminating music for 1st through 3rd grade. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about eliminating those prep teachers, and I think that's really important to clarify, because I think our music program is really important to our community, to our teachers, to our students, and all who, will be impacted by that. Looking at number 11, let's see, where am I? Reducing the Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services position to Director. So when you're being presented this list, this is the list that the committee ranked. And it says it's misleading because we actually ranked that relatively high, but it's been decided that that restructuring is not going to work for some reason. I'd like to know the reason and who made that choice, because what we're talking about there is an impact at the district office versus an impact on a school site and an impact in the classrooms. And what I'm seeing is that we're kind of stepping back from some of those. And what I've shared with your teachers is that we're in a situation where the cuts are going to be felt across the board. And so looking at the 30 teacher positions, that used to say, I think 23 maybe, I can't remember exactly what it said, but now it says 30. And so those two are right next to each other. One's been raised, one's been eliminated. And that's a choice to not restructure it that way. Somebody has made the choice that that's a priority. And it's hard to swallow when we're right below it talking about 30 teacher positions. And I think we really need to be clear on why that choice was made and who made it. Sorry, my phone locked. Number 13, the Director of Communications. I know we're not talking about people, we're talking about positions. And I have the job description right here. It doesn't talk about directing people. I'm a director. I teach drama. I direct plays, a lot of them. I welcome you to come and watch. And I have a cast of actors, I have my tech crew, I have my house managers, I have my costume volunteers, I direct all of that. And if those people are not there, I'm not a director. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Dugan and Stephanie Parnell will be after Melissa.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Derby, and Assistant Superintendent Standring. Thank you for the time to speak with you this evening. I know that you have a tremendously difficult task ahead of you, as you have had the last few years in dealing with financial challenges here at the district. I also know that you don't make these decisions lightly, and I appreciate your consideration and listening to my concern. I'm speaking to an item on the list that is below the line of recommended budget cuts, but it is an easy optic choice to make, having to do with cutting the salaries for some of the people that work in this office, including coordinators, directors, assistant superintendents, the superintendent, and others. Similar to many other people who work tirelessly in the district on behalf of the students, these positions are not Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. jobs. When it's midwinter break, they will be here working. When it's spring break, they will be here working. When it's summer, they will be here working. When an event at a site or an issue requiring administrative staff attention happens after hours or over a weekend, they will be working. All to keep this district moving forward and to provide the best possible education, facilities, and opportunities for our students. This very same group in line item 18 are the only group of district employees in the prior fiscal year that already had a salary reduction to help with the budget deficit in the form of furlough days that you approved on June 30th, 2020. Furlough days that I can guarantee you, even though they were on the books, that many people still worked because there is that much work to do in benefit of this district. I respectfully ask that while you consider the difficult decisions you need to make, that you remember the sacrifice this specific group of employees have already made to help the district's budget challenges. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Parnell, you are next, and then Michelle Huff will be after that.
Once again, Hamilton Middle School is up for consideration to be moved to San Jose Middle School. This has been brought up as a money-saving endeavor almost every year of my 9 years at Hamilton, and I can tell you that it is exhausting and stressful for the staff, students, and families to be in constant flux. To put a community of people who experience uncertainty more often than most through this year after year is unfair. For many, Hamilton is the constant and provides the stability they need. To those of you that were on the board those many years ago who unanimously voted to create Hamilton TK8, let's remember our why. Before Hamilton Middle School, students who were considered at risk were unable to access their education in a large traditional middle school setting. Many factors contribute to this, including lack of at-home support because adults and older siblings were working to support the family, lack of motivation to be successful because they never had been given the support and opportunity to see themselves as successful, no sense of belonging, and simply getting lost in the crowd. And on top of all of this, busing was permanently suspended, leaving many Hamilton students physically isolated and unable to get to school. These factors compounded through middle school years, and we ended up with a subset of our student population that was ill-equipped to succeed in high school, and dropout rates were high. At Hamilton Middle School, our small environment successfully meets all learners at their academic, social, and behavioral levels. Students have a strong sense of belonging and build strong, genuine relationships, not only with their peers, but with their teachers as well. They are free to be kids just a bit longer and can do so in an environment where they will be watched out for and caught when they stumble. Kids come back every year to give back to Hamilton, hang out with their former teachers, and actually keep in contact with teachers to seek life advice even as adults. Students feel cared for and successful. The proof that our program works can be seen in our Gold Ribbon Award and our 2 Title I Academic Achievement Awards. NUSD has an equity imperative that is committed to providing our students with not the same, but what they need. They need the smaller environment, they need the sense of belonging, they need to be seen and heard, and we provide that. We ask that Hamilton Middle School not be closed this year or any year in the future and be recognized as a successful alternative that is desperately needed in this community and not a throwaway every time budgetary concerns come up. $122,000 isn't worth the cost and effect it would have on our students.
Thank you. Michelle Huff, you are next, and you will be followed by Jeff Schenkel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Huff, and I represent Rise Scholars, a nonprofit providing enrichment opportunities exclusively to Hamilton students. I'm here tonight because the board, as Stephanie said, is discussing the closing of the Hamilton Middle School. We believe our students at Hamilton will best be served by a K-8 school. Many of our students are from difficult home environments, low to very low income families, and have limited or no option to participate in opportunities for personal growth common to most Marin students and a vital part of achievement. So Rise Scholars has for several years stepped in to provide these opportunities. All our programming is designed to improve academic achievement and support personal growth over time in a K-8 environment by encouraging engagement in athletics, chess, summer hawk, summer bridge, rise in reading, one-to-one mentoring. Opportunities like these are fun, focus on achievement, and promote engagement. We offer an alternative to failure, defeat, and apathy in many cases, which are at the core of poor outcomes. We believe each of our programs are effective and valuable and fill a void, but it is the cumulative growth over time to include middle school that ultimately supports growth and prepares Hamilton students for a better chance of success. Developing essential skills, a growth mindset, and confidence is only possible for our programming in a K-8 environment. A Harvard study states that a K-8 environment creates more stability during a crucial time in a child's life, where they are going through social, hormonal, psychological changes in adolescence. The test scores and outcomes in California are abysmal. This is our community. We need to do better for these kids, and it is now more than ever that we need to create a stable environment for the most underserved students. With respect to budget considerations, bear in mind that Rise Scholars is budgeting over $400,000 this year in providing over our free programming. Our programs target grades 2 through 8, but become more robust and impactful in 5 through 8. Consider the chess program, for example. As we recover from COVID, we are re-engaging our chess program and will participate in hosted and local tournaments, including travel to attend state and national tournaments. It's our hope that the program becomes a national program. These teams will be composed primarily of middle school students, and it would be undermined by moving the middle school kids to San Jose. Also, based on our current efforts, we are piloting a scholars program. We are introducing a formal scholars program to focus on study skills, achievement, organization, self-advocacy, and growth mindset, similar to Next Generation Scholars, but in Novato at Hamilton. The program will start with a cohort of 6 sixth graders who demonstrate a commitment to personal growth and academic achievement. Each year, a new cohort will be added. We will commit to working with these students through high school, culminating in college, and or continuing education interests. This commitment would not make sense without a middle school. Thank you so much. Didn't finish.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your work at Hamilton. Jeff Schenkel, and then it'll be Alan Harris.
Thank you. And thank you for your thankless work on doing things like this, and for the amount of correspondence you provided me over email over time. I appreciate that. I guess I came and I wasn't quite sure exactly what I wanted to say, but my wife wouldn't be surprised. She knew I would have something to say. So I come in with this sort of open eyes, knowing I don't know as much about this budget as any of you do. And so I'm wondering, where did this waste come from to begin with? And I know that our teachers are of the lowest paid in the entire county. So I have to assume that comes from the administrative level. One of the frustrations that I shared with a lot of people on playgrounds and when we were discussing the possibility of closing a school was that what we were told was it would save the district about $400,000. At that same time, our superintendent was making over $200,000, more than half of that cost. So I've never known anyone, maybe you do, I haven't met anyone that's ever said, I got to go to that school because their superintendent is awesome. My apologies, Dr. Darby. They go because the teachers are fantastic. And when I look at each of those line items, particularly below 13, with the exception of 14 and 16, I see the possibility of one less teacher that is cut. And so I just hope that that is where you put your priorities as we do this, knowing that it's going to affect teacher and student ratios. I was volunteering in a first grade class today with a child that could not read at all. And so what first grade teacher can spend the amount of attention on my son who reads at a fourth or fifth grade level, humble dad brag, with a child that also cannot read? That is impossible. And so as those cuts come, I would also ask you to please do more community outreach for volunteers. I am happy to connect you with multiple religious organizations in the community. We need more volunteers because we know cuts are coming. But again, I've never met someone who said their district headquarters is phenomenal, we have to go there, to that school district. They go because of the teachers. So please prioritize our teachers above all else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Alan Harris, and our final speaker will be Natalie Bebler.
Thank you. Board and Superintendent LaTorre Derby, my compliments to the Assistant Superintendent and staff of Business and Operations, Lois, and to the co-directors of Human Resources, Jan and Luis, for your excellent efforts in presenting the recommended budget reductions to costs funded by unrestricted general funds. As a member of the Budget Advisory Committee, I note and endorse both the size of the funding positions recommended as a result of the declining 2021-22 student attendance, as well as the upward change in the budget impact line to reach approximately $4 million in cuts. As recommended by the superintendent, I encourage your approval of these reductions to amend the district's 2022 and 23 budget. I have one suggestion on rewording the item 14, I think it is, or I can't see the lights very bad here.
It's 15.
Item 15. And I think this is consistent with what Trustee Gasson was mentioning. The rewording would be refinance the three deans' positions with categorical funding as the deans achieve the required credentialing. Hopefully the deans will seek the required credentialing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next is Natalie Bebler. I think you should see to it that the board receives that public comment in addition to usually how we do it. Okay, so then that's going to conclude our public comment. I am going to bring it back to staff briefly just to see if they have anything they would like to clarify. So I'll be back to you guys in a second, but I just wanted an opportunity After public comment, if you feel like there's something you would like to explain differently, I'll ask the Chief Financial Officer first and then the Superintendent.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Superintendent, was there anything?
Neither do I. I think,
all right.
Alan's recommendation.
Okay. All right. Trustee Aguila, would you like to start off?
I just wanted to say I would like to hear the public comment. In addition to receiving an email, if Alan can read it.
That's entire. I mean, that's up to the board. We have a trustee who would like to hear the final public comment that was left to be read to the board.
Yeah, I don't want to set a precedent so anybody can put a piece of paper on a table and then we're obligated to hear that. Are we at the 20-minute limit?
We're way beyond that.
Oh, okay.
We accommodated over 39 minutes total, and I just putting that out there as realistically we can't be here all night, so we have to set limits to things, and so. Trustee Aguila, I appreciate
I understand.
Okay.
I wasn't keeping track of the time, so.
Okay. So then I'm going to basically just bring it back to the board and ask a little bit about process. We would see somewhat, obvious that we might want to go through these one at a time, and the expression may be to see if there's any low-hanging fruit here to adopt or reject, et cetera. But before we actually start that type of work, I just wanted to put it out to you to see if there's the comments. This would be the time to say, hey, you're not too sure about how that was phrased. You think it should be worded differently. You wanted to set this up in a broader picture before we actually take them on an individual basis. So I'll just open it up to the board for anybody who would like to bring that up. Trustee Gasson, did you want to bring up that issue around the deans, or has that been resolved?
I think it's been resolved.
Okay.
I mean, my statement was only that when this goes out in the community, they just pull this sheet. And so our choice of words on it, because there's not that background or having the opportunity necessarily to hear it, they'll just stick that we're still getting emails about them being eliminated, which is not the case. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Trustee?
Can we just change it on this sheet right now?
We can.
Great.
Okay. That would be modern technology at work. Trustee Aguila.
I just have a question for clarity. So basically, you're saying that that we're not removing the deans, but we can, like, for example, with Hamilton, we can, we'll keep the VP. Is that right? So it'll just be a different. Can you just explain a little bit more? Like, how is it that we're not removing them, but we're giving them a different position? Is that? I just need clarity on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Hamilton does not have a dean. The dean left to go to teach at Nova full-time.
Yeah.
So what we did instead is we put an assistant principal over there because of the size of the schools, 542. So at any of our schools that have that many kids, they have an assistant principal. The reason for the assistant principal, because it really can help with evaluating staff, doing student discipline, doing groups with kids, and all of those kinds of things. So right now there's an interim assistant principal.
Yeah.
The dean is no longer there. She's teaching full-time now at Nova.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering about Hamilton. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So maybe I'll set this up a little bit. We all know that we've been operating at a deficit spending for the last 4 or 5 years. We know that it's a direct result of declining enrollment and increased costs, primarily in the pension premiums that have gone up and continue to go up exponentially. And I don't want to negotiate pension this or that. I just want to be realistic that the reason that we budget deficit spending is that we have got fewer customers and higher expenses. So very oversimplified, I know. But as a result, the county basically came to us and said, you guys need to reevaluate, and we can't accept this planning. A budget is planning. It's not exactly what we're going to do. Those are our actuals. That comes later. But our budget does set the direction and how we plan to proceed. But we all know from discussions tonight We have a list of certificated teachers that goes above 57 people that we're going to notify, but we know we're not going to let all 57 go. The budget number is 30. But in order to wrap ourselves around the state of California's employment laws around contracted employees, public employees, we have to ask for more than we want. But so that's just an example of how when we set a budget, that doesn't necessarily mean that's how everything is going to end up. And when it comes to the number of 4 million, the county and their chief financial officer and that department put their actuaries to work and studied our budget over the last few years and determined that $4 million is the number that we should start with. And it's not like we haven't done anything at all. The first 5 positions are positions that we've recognized would be very useful in the operation of our district, but we have not filled them, and that's why they're vacant, and they're probably going to be easy decisions to cut. So what I'm asking you guys as we go through the list is just to remember the goal is to come up with some budget reductions that'll get us in good standing moving forward, and that will essentially, that doesn't mean we're not going to talk about the future of the district and other things that we might do. I think it's important also to thank the committee that served for us as an advisory committee. The goal there was to get stakeholder input from our community and from our employees and other members in the public education community to help us with some ideas of how we might go about this. It isn't a take it or leave it list at all. It's just the list of priorities that this particular stakeholder group has presented and now presented to us to consider. So I want to thank the committee for doing that work because it helps us all with the insight. It gives us a feel for what our constituents are focused on and what they feel is more important and help us to prioritize these things. I also know that you guys took time to discuss long-term solutions, things putting together land assets for possible income, teacher housing options, other consolidation ideas around, the only one that made the list was the Hamilton Middle School, but other ideas around how we might configure our grade levels in our classes to save money. And we want to do that. We want to continue that dialogue and we want to move forward. But tonight, we're not doing that. We've got a list to work with. And what we're going to do after tonight is we're going to start to bring these ideas forward because we have a deficit spending issue that is longer term that we're going to have to deal with. So taking into consideration all these variables, we still don't know what the budget's going to be until June for this actual coming year. So that's kind of like how I'm approaching this. So I'm going to ask you guys for some input. Trustee Mack.
Jumped on it right away. So thank you for reiterating all that. It's all good information for all of us to consider as we go forward. One thing I want, a comment and then a suggestion. First, the comment. $1.6 million more to pay for our increased share of pensions. That's 16 teachers. That 30 could be 14 if the state would pay for it. Just want to make that clear. That problem continues. I can't remember the numbers from the past years, but it's been in that neighborhood every single year. This is not a one-year thing. This is, I think we're in year 8 or year 7 of this ongoing march of taking more money away from salaries and paying it toward pensions. So I just want to make that clear to everybody. This is a relentless march that we've been dealing with, and it's a big part of this problem. $4 million, that's what we agreed to. I'm still concerned about the parcel tax, so, I'm willing to go further if we have to. But at the same time, I know we have more income coming, so I think I do want to probably land on that 4. That said, my suggestion, and now that we've reworded it, I do want to move 15 into the part that's above the line, if you will. Because I do think, in the end, all it really is that we are requiring a certificate that hopefully our current deans can do, and we give them the grace period to do it. And in the end, We still have our fantastic deans, we still have our support, and we have it done in a more, in a way that aligns with the requirements. So I would support moving 15 in above the line. Now, if there's anything that allows us to then pull out from above the line, I'm not entirely sure what it might be, but I'm open to ideas. So, but I would support moving 15 in.
So the way this is structured, we're not going to move, we can't, I mean, we could, but it would not be a pretty thing. So what we need you to do is if there's something you don't want to have, we need to know, and we'll make that number 0. And then what we'll do is we'll end up looking at the final number to see the total.
Maybe we start with.
Well, I guess I'm saying that if we do that, I'm good with 15 going in.
Thank you, Trustee Mack. And so now, essentially, it's on or off for each of these choices is what basically what we've been recommended. So we have, so we can start at 1, or we can just go to 15 based on the fact that I recognize Trustee Mack and he brought that up. So Trustee Millerick, I'm coming back to you for like a process question, or did you want to talk about a particular cut item?
Oh, I like the model of going down one line item at a time, top to bottom, so we can get to specifics. But I want to make a point before we proceed.
That's actually what I'm asking for. Yeah.
Besides the budget committee's work that has been done, in the last 12 months, we have a new superintendent who stepped in at our request. We basically are in receivership under the county's direction. They took a look at our books and said, you've been promising budget cuts for years and you're not doing it, and your reserves have been spent and you have to do this. This isn't just us sitting here. This is the county board is watching, and Mary Jane Burke sitting at home watching this process. We're at a point where we're in a desperation setting. This isn't a nice to have, this is a have to have model. And I also want to recognize Dr. Derby, who has joined us recently, but I also want to recognize Barbara and Lois and Nancy, our HR directors, who in the last 2 weeks have taken us from available 26 positions to 30, because with 2 HR directors and Barbara's eye, we've been able to look at sharper and sharper numbers that we can actually operate on. And that's going to continue for the next few months as these professionals, the staff with decades of personal experience come in and see things that people overlooked before. We are cleaning up a lot of sloppy work that was done that needs to be done, and it's going to be, we'll have surprises ahead of us. We need to do this list now, but this isn't the end of this process. We have to talk to the community about a parcel tax and their support, and we're going to hear a lot more details as items come forward. So I'm ready to go down the list when you are, Mr. President, but I wanted to at least acknowledge the grand efforts that's been made by people who were not here 6 months ago, and the improvement in position, not just because of a budget committee, but because the professionals we've brought in to take care of the problem that we had left for them, and the county said you have to do this now. So enough.
So
obviously frustrated.
So before we start going down the list one by one, I just want to check with Trustee Aguila, Trustee Jacobson, Trustee Gassin, and do you guys have any overall comments or statements you'd like to make? Or, Trustee Gassin, and then recognize you guys if you think of something.
Just to touch on what Trustee Miller just said, I've had a hard time looking at this and, really, I mean, some of the things I'm not thrilled about. And then I realized at least it's our choice. When we don't do it, it becomes somebody else's choice that has no connection to the district, no connection to anything. And so for me, that's what really pushed it, that I don't want to do this, but I would rather that we get the opportunity to and have the community have some voice, as opposed to somebody coming in and just saying, we don't care. We're just taking all this. We don't care about, gate. We don't care about those deans. We don't care, and at least we have that, despite how hard this is.
Trustee Jacobson.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm a business person, and so this feels like a massive inventory that hasn't been taken or checked on in a while, and it needs to be done, and that's what we're doing. So, not that it's fun or great, but it's a cleanup in some ways.
All right, Trustee Aguila?
I just didn't get a chance to thank the committee, every single one of the members of the committee that took the time to bring us this list. And again, I wanted to thank our superintendent for bringing this forward, working with us, stepping up, sharing the information, the history, being very clear. And so thank you for that. And then, of course, our Assistant Superintendent of Business and Operations, and Barbara, for all the hard work. As far as the, do you want us to start just going down the list?
Actually, I'll come back to that in a
Okay,
second if
okay.
you're ready. I'm just going to start. I'll start there. So, I think that's pretty much right now kind of general comments about the process. I did have one thing I wanted to just say. I've been on this board a long time, and as you guys know, there used to be something called revenue limit funding, which basically the different school districts were funded. And the reason I bring this up is because I'm starting to hear comparisons between our teacher salaries, our administrative salaries, with the rich school districts in Southern Marin. And I don't think enough people understand that there's a very small elite group of school districts in California that are called basic aid. That sounds weak and like they're just getting basic aid, but in fact, they are very, very wealthy school districts that get 60 to 160% more money per student than we do. So when it comes to comparison, the best thing to do would be to compare us with in Marin, the San Rafael Elementary School District, and Sonoma County. We are funded much more similar to them than we are to the Southern Marin districts and those in Beverly Hills and other expensive areas. So I think we haven't had really talked too much about that lately because of the change in the revenue system, and we were brought up to a much higher level than we were when we were considered a low wealth revenue district. So having gotten that out, let's see if we can get to work here. So we have a series of vacant positions, and I would just suggest that maybe in a single motion we can agree, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 1 through 5 are
Can I clarify
unfilled.
one? Number 1 is not vacant.
It is not vacant, okay. So that is very important.
That the person has a job.
Well, I don't know. We are going to replace the work in food services, but it's not clear who will get that new job.
So the way it's been explained is essentially this position is no longer needed. The work that's being done there is handled by more of a team effort, and I wasn't aware that we were going to be cutting the classified for this position or not, but that will be the case.
It is.
Okay.
It is a classified.
So we should probably take that one by itself. So is there...
I'll move, we take item 1 and adopt item 1.
Okay, so do I have a consensus? I'm not going to take a vote on each one individual unless it gets down to that or something. But essentially, we'll come up with a list and then we'll approve that. So number 1 seems like we're all in agreement to cut number 1. So then that's 2, 3, 4, and 5 are vacant positions.
Yes, that is
so
correct.
Any objection to us eliminating these vacant positions?
Yeah. No.
So those are yeses. Next is overtime. And I'm going to make an argument to be very careful here. In fact, maybe I should ask a clarifying question. Is this a percentage of our total overtime paid? Yes. So it's kind of stated to it's what we do in the private sector. We basically say, look, we gotta control overtime. We have to make sure that it's necessary. So I'm a little concerned about this particular number, not knowing what percentage it is of the total amount. So would you guys mind if we come back to this one? Because as a trustee.
I can answer that
Oh, you
question.
answer the question. Go ahead.
Yes, the total cost was a little over 150,000.
And so this
And in
is,
talking to directors, in my mind, and from my experience in past, emergency, I mean truly emergency, a water main breaks, IT, our internet goes down and IT people have to come in. Those things happen, but they don't happen all that often. And in my experience, 25,000 would more than cover that unless we just had a disastrous year.
okay, so I'm going to, just as trustee, going to ask that maybe we come back to this one because I think I want to talk a little bit more about this one. Is that okay, or do you guys want to make a decision on this
In
one?
order, that'd be great, but if you feel compelled, I'm okay. I mean,
Okay, so the next one is elementary prep. Any questions on that one? This is an idea to align with the number of elementary school teachers we're going to have. That's now going to be aligned with the actual number of elementary students that we have.
consequences of 30 teachers later, this is the tail of the dog rule. So agreeing to this, we're agreeing to the 30 teachers. Is that correct?
That is,
Lois,
Yes, and plus, in the past, it has not been adjusted recently either.
which is it?
It's both. It's looking like we're overstaffed this year, plus we'll be overstaffed if we don't do it because we're reducing elementary teachers next year. Does that make sense?
so
It's
what,
aligning with enrollment. It's aligning with enrollment.
Okay, well, I'll say yes, but my problem is, if this is dependent on the 30, is that a correct statement? If we don't do the 30, we don't do this?
no, we could decide to spend more on elementary prep than we would in direct ratio to the number of elementary school students we have. We don't have to align the number. We can elect to spend more if we want. I think maybe, let's come back to it, because it sounds like maybe there's a pullout. Okay, yeah.
We need to have the correct number of teachers for elementary prep to cover the preps that are required in the contract. So that means right now it's PE and music for first through fifth. But that's what this alignment is to match whatever our projected enrollment's going to be and the way we staff, so that we can cover with certificated people the preps, because you can't have a classified person doing the preps. It has to be a certificated person.
What you're saying, and from Louise, this is what we heard before. Not only is the committee saying that this is possible, you're saying as we align our teachers to be correct with staff in the classroom, we can cut 200 here, and this will correctly align their coverage for their prep areas. Is that it? Yes. So I'm
Yeah.
going to say yes to 30 later, so I'm going to say yes to this now.
So so I'll just go to the rest of the board on the elementary prep alignment to what will be the new number of elementary students. Trustee Jacobson.
I just want to make I mean, we've been clarifying it, but we're not taking away music. We're just, the music, we need less music teachers because there's less classrooms to serve. Okay.
Yes, but the issue has been, we have 2 openings. We do not have music teachers to cover everything right now. We have subs that are not music teachers. And so we either have to decide that we're going to recruit and keep the 1st through 5th grade music, or we're going to consider what we used to do, which was PE for the primary and then music just for the upper grade. But I just think there's options that we have. But this aligns with either of those, whether we try to, hire more music people, or we change the primary to PE.
And I have a question.
Trustee Aguila, and then Trustee Gasson.
And so with everything that we are eliminating, I just kind of want to make sure that when things look better, that we can rehire and bring back. And so that includes music teachers, if need be, correct?
Not exactly. It's whatever aligns with our enrollment. Whatever aligns with our enrollment, and then we count the number of preps we need for each of the teachers, then that's the music FTE that we have to have.
Could we hire if we need to in the future when things get better financially?
Yes, but it would always be aligned with the enrollment,
right,
and the number of teachers needed. It would never be over and above that.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Trustee Gasson.
So I thought I understood this, and now I'm a little confused. So my way of thinking, Trustee Millerick, was that we have less kids, so we need less.
Yes.
Well, we have less teachers by default because we have less kids, but it starts with less kids, so less teachers, less prep. But now I'm hearing the little intricacy, which I think is what's maybe out in the community, is that if there's no, whoever that represents, it sounds like it's going to be PE, but not necessarily music. Is that?
Right now, there's no decisions. Right now, we're supposed to be having music and PE both.
Right.
For all. But we haven't been able to hire music teachers all year. So we have subs in some classrooms that are not music teachers, but they're covering music prep.
Okay. So does that, I guess I'm okay with aligning that, but understanding that there might be it sounds like, if I'm hearing this correctly, an unintentional outcome might be no music for the.
It could be if we can't find teachers.
Okay.
I mean,
well, that's
no one really
separate.
wants to do that.
Okay.
Because we value the music program that has been in this district forever.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm asking, because
Yeah.
I know, I mean, to me, that's okay. I need to think about that.
It just depends on who, yes, Nancy wants to talk.
For that item up there, it really doesn't matter if it's music or PE. We have an obligation to provide prep time for our teachers. So we're overstaffed currently by 2. So that's what that is saying, is that we have to learn in 2 positions if we have fewer teachers.
Mhm.
Okay. No, I understand that, but it sounds like the actual.
That's another decision down the
So this is how we solve the music problem is something we have to deal with.
Right.
But right now, we're just officially cutting the budget on the money we spend to pay someone else to teach the children while our teachers are doing their prep time. And we're going to have fewer teachers, so it just makes sense to reduce this budget. And in the end, that number is going to change a little bit when we get our final enrollment numbers, et cetera. But no one's talking about eliminating PE or music in the district. You hear what the difficulties are with it. So we'll be addressing that. We're working on it. So at this point, are we agreed then just go ahead and have that be on the list of cuts as the elementary prep? Okay.
Item 7, I voted, I was a yes on it. I don't know what anybody else.
All right, that's good. So the next one is 8. That's the site. Each site has a fund that they use for things, and they're being asked to make reductions district-wide, would result in $100,000. It seems like where everyone in this organization is already counting pennies and reusing things, et cetera. But I think the CFO has told us that we can get another 10,000, another 100,000 out of this. And I also want to add that this includes the board's budget, but I think that that part of the board is actually going to be cutting more than 10% of its professional development funding and expenses. And we're going to get that maybe as an add-on towards the end. But do you agree that we should cut 100,000 out by reducing our site budgets?
Okay.
Next is a reduction of the human resources position to a director when it's filled on a permanent basis. Right now, it's an interim team that's helping us out. It would be an administrative cut. So what say ye? I'm a yes on that one.
I'm a yes as well, but I just want to make clear, we're not cutting anybody's salary. It's just we are bringing in, when we hire somebody, we're bringing them in at a different level.
That would be.
It's a fundamental
Yep.
point to make.
Yeah. So we would.
I'm a yes.
With this decision, we would go out to hire this position as a director, not an assistant superintendent, which would mean a lower salary. So it sounds like we're agreed on that one. The next one is stipends for the board. I've been getting $200 a month for 18 years. That was a number that was set 18 years ago. There's been no COLA, no nothing. And it cost me, to me, I don't think this is going to help. It's 18,000 in its entirety, but driving to meetings, I just think it's an unfair request. I don't hear anyone else stepping up saying, please eliminate my salary in its entirety. What do you guys want to do?
I'll just chime in. Oh, go ahead.
So on this, I'm indifferent, but I thought maybe the community might like to have some additional information from my perspective. Obviously, we don't do this for $200 a month, but what I personally use the $200 for is that we don't really have a budget. When I came on about 3 years ago, there was an immediate cut to our budget, and so I take it upon myself to fund for, subscriptions to publications. I do trainings. This year I did take up the opportunity to do the Masters in Governance program through CSBA, which was mostly funded by the district. But I paid for, the classes I think are $4.95 each, and so I paid for a couple of those out of my own pocket. And I only say that because we do have 2 open seats, and with our budget being further cut, I think we just have basic things in there now with like our annual dues and a couple of us being able to attend a conference. It's hard. And again, we don't do it for the money, but I personally just take that and say, okay, I'm going to spend this money to better myself and my ability to serve in this seat and to be knowledgeable. And so again, if it needs to be cut, it can be cut. But I also think it's as you said, it's not a whole lot, and at least you shouldn't come into this role and have to be paying to be in the role too. So that's just my perspective on that.
I also agree with Trustee Gasson and Trustee Nell, President Nell, and there's been times where I've paid for a lawyer just because I have a question and I've done that on my own pocket too. But if it needs to be cut, we can cut it. But I agree with my fellow trustees.
Trustee Mack and then Trustee Norick.
I'm not sure if this is absolutely true, but it's my understanding that every other district in the county pays stipends. There is not a single district, except for maybe a teeny tiny one, that doesn't pay stipends.
Kate, do you know the answer to that?
I do not have the answer off the top of my head, but my sense is that you're absolutely correct. There are no stipends at the tiniest districts in the county, but they do provide an amount towards health benefits even at the tiniest school district. So it is a very common practice around the county.
Trustee Aguila, did you have a comment? Okay, so Trustee Milrick, did you want to?
I've served this district 30 years, and in that time, every year we have the opportunity to raise the stipend to trustees. It's legally allowed, and we have never chosen to raise them from the base number. So there's districts that pay significantly different amounts. I would vote no on this because the $200 goes for me to do stuff for schools, or it invariably gets invested back in this. This isn't gonna. I'm not getting rich off this. This is just enough to reduce the friction of taking my time and having to leave work early to be here. So I would vote no on this item for now.
Did anyone else want to make a comment on that? So then we are not going to cut number 10, the board stipends.
Right.
And next is the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum. That was suggested that position could be reduced. I am going to say that we are in the curriculum business, and this would not be a position that I think we should be reducing. I think this is a position that should remain at a status of Assistant Superintendent.
I agree.
Any other comments on number 11? Trustee Jacobson.
I mean, I don't know how else to say this, but just to say it. I think the idea that what happens in this building does not affect students is a farce, because all of the infrastructure is happening here. Putting the roadmap out for PBE is happening in this building, like all of the professional development. And so teachers do so much, but we have to also acknowledge that there's a roadmap here being laid out.
I want to add to that. I totally agree.
Trustee Aguilar, go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you. For example, like during COVID, you know, because we had such a great, you know, we had our positions filled, and we were able to, every student, we were still teaching, and every student had a device. So that's just, you know, just an example, and I agree. There's always a connection to everything, but if it needs to be, you know, it's zero now. So
any other comments on this one? Because I'm going to put it in the no column. Okay, next is just in this particular case, you know, it's a projected number. We've already had a conversation around the crazy rules in Sacramento, how that we have to lay off way more than we need to just to meet the requirements of that law, which was, well, we'll get into the politics of that some other day. But essentially, we're going to reduce the number of teachers we have to be more in line with the number of students we have, and we all know it's not going to be a finite number, and that students don't come in neat little packages. So it's likely that we won't be able to cut these many, or maybe we'll cut a few more. But it's certainly the right thing to do is to budget a number of teachers that better fits the number of enrollment and students we have enrolled as a result of demographic declining enrollment and the hit the pandemic caused. Trustee Millerick.
So this is 3/4 of the amount of money we're talking about tonight. This really is the whole conversation. The rest of this is a little bit here, a little bit there, and adjust this. And as I started earlier, Louise and Nancy and Barbara and Lois and Jan have stepped in and done an awful lot of cleanup. What they discovered is, in my summary, not theirs, is there were just a lot of places where we weren't sharp or careful or taking care of something. It's like trying to drive a 1970 car and then never changing the oil. If you don't take care of the equipment, it breaks down and it slowly goes out of tune. And what we discovered is, in looking by our earlier resolution, we had staff assigned in places that we didn't need staff. And we've discussed tonight places we wish we had more support. So we were just out of alignment. And we're not saying, oh my God, we have to cut to the bone. What we're saying is, what our staff is saying, you have negotiated contracts with a union which represents the teachers in every classroom. They know what it takes to educate. Our administrators know what it takes to educate. Those were agreements that have come over decades, 155 student contacts at high school or whatever the right adjustment number is now, the head counts in any classroom. Those weren't numbers that we took to as a austerity number. Those were numbers that our teacher said is the right number to be able to teach. And we have allowed in some classes those to drift from 25 to 15, and that sounds wonderful. But the problem is it hits our budget, and these numbers have been growing and not being monitored for more than 1 year. It's been multiple years. And what we're seeing is not only is there a decline in enrollment in Novato, which I hope some will return from private school when the COVID crisis is over, but we weren't minding the store. Shame on us. What this number takes us to is the agreed to number that our professional educators, the teachers, tell us they need in order to properly teach a classroom. And we're agreeing. And all of these numbers are not, oh my God, it's going to be awful. It is, we're getting back in line with the agreements that have been established for decades. So I'm thrilled about the 30. I know the number's going to be deeper than that. We just passed a resolution, so as our HR staff looks into the specifics of each classroom, we're going to be able to sharpen that pencil even more. But we're saying for planning purposes, for us at this board table, we know they're going to find 30 at least. That's what this budget tells me. This is, you're going to find 30 at least. So I'm thrilled with the work they're doing. I'm thrilled with the consequences. What I haven't been thrilled with over the past multiple years is I've had the CFO stand at that podium and tell us we're going to do budget cuts, and then get to the end of the year, and when we're audited, their budget cuts didn't happen. And that happened year over year over year. We had 17% reserve in this district, and we're now down to, I think, 7%. The counties here can tell us. We're down to the point where they're concerned, because when they look at what we're doing and they look forward 3 years, we've got a problem. So we're just getting in line.
All right, we come back around. I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to.
Yeah, no, I obviously going on and on, but it's.
So do we have anyone else like to?
I would just say for item 12 that the analysis that we're talking about is key to this, to better educate everybody, to get what Trustee Milliker was saying, which is that we are aligning our resources in line with the long-time agreements we've had for 24 and, up to third and 28 above. And that's what we're doing.
Yep.
Any more comments from trustees on this? I have additional remarks. Not that I would ever disagree with Trustee Millerick on something related to public education, but I do want to just, I hear what you're saying, Ross, and I know what you mean, and that we have to right size. We have to have the right number of teachers for the right number of students, and we don't necessarily hope it's going to be more, but what we want it to be is the right number.
Yeah, right.
And then you talk about like how did we get here, and I'm going to make a point that I think is really realistic. I think you have to go back 2 years when this pandemic started. For a lot of people, it meant losing your job, and we did not want to panic and just start firing people before, when so much was unknown about this particular issue. So I would make a case that we, in some ways, were overstaffed as a direct result of how poorly our cultures and communities and country had to deal with the pandemic and the decisions we had to make and how we had to make them, and no one was prepared. So I would just bring up the point that I'm not saying it's all because of that, but I am saying that I think there were some conscious decisions made about not cutting too fast, too quickly in a pandemic, in a situation where actual unemployment was, and fears of that and a recession were real, and we just didn't want to do that to our people. So, but that's not all of it, but that's just some of it. So I just wanted to make that point. So it sounds like we're in agreement on this number for now. So number 12 is a yes. Next, 13, reduce in one of the recommended ways, reclassify the communication director position. Anyone have a comment on that? I'll go first. I think this is a bad idea. What we really need to do for this particular position is rewrite the job description for the amount of work that this individual actually does. And I'm going to just sort of put this in a layman's context that I think Trustee Millerick mentioned. This is a 91 to 95 million, probably going to be 100 million in a couple years total budget. We've got 13 sites, 800 employees, 6,000 something students, who knows how many parents and community members that want things answered. And the superintendent has one administrative assistant. It's unrealistic. So I know that this position backfills a lot of that work and handles a lot of responsibility above. And to say officially they're not directing anyone, I think it's silly. I mean, people call up this person, this area, and say, "What do we do?" And if this information that comes out from this individual and this department isn't direction, I don't know what else you want to call it. So she may not have reports in the traditional sense. And again, this doesn't have to be a person, but I am really concerned about cutting back our capacity in the superintendent office in the dissemination of information and public records requests, et cetera. It's just unfair to couch it that way. And I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice at this time. I think the direction ought to be not so much to cut it, but just to update that job description, and maybe we classify the position into some other area to help better explain it to people, the amount of work that is done by the individuals who work in the superintendent's office. So that's where I'm at. I say it's a no.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Trustee Gasson and then Trustee Gila.
So I'm going to mirror the statement that I think we need to look at the job description. I actually have several people who have gotten to know the individual in that role and interact and said there's job creep is the phrase I keep hearing, because I actually unfortunately haven't read the job description recently, but there are so many components that every time I turn around, that person is doing other things. So I'm thinking we just need to realign it with the reality of what all she's doing. And also, I think at this particular point, for me, the amount of knowledge and work and extra time spent on COVID until that's gone, that's not replaceable at this point from my perspective. She's got so much that she's done or the person's done to coordinate all of that. For me, it's not it's a non-starter at this point.
So, Trustee Mack. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Gila, I was recognizing.
No, I'm just saying, not that we listen, we read our emails and we get a lot of input from the community, and there's always pros and cons, and we get them all. But there's this one email that says, please retain the communications director position in a form that allows you to retain a highly skilled and experienced staff member who can continue to work with the community. This position is the bridge that will allow you to get support for changes to curriculum, funding, and staffing. Using the funds to pay consultants to increase enrollment is not as effective as having the current communications director remain in place. Now, having said that, I also agree with let's take a look at this job description, and we're matching things. So let's match the job description with the salary, with the title, I'm in favor of looking into that.
Trustee Mack.
I just want to get away from titles. It just does. I don't really care about titles. I care about what's being done. What is the scope of work? And to Trustee Gasson's point, there's been a significant amount of job creep there. There's a whole lot more going on. Then you throw COVID into the mix, and it's even more so. So the point I'm trying to make is that when I look at this scope of work, and coming from the private sector and knowing what that market what that role would bring, this is in line. This is totally in line. So I'm not going to get hung up on the word officer versus director. That's, for me, just job description stuff we can sort out. In the end, it's what is the responsibilities, what roles, what things are being taken on, and what is the market for that. And my take on the market is that that's where it's at. I know there's some people that would say that superintendents get paid too much, but you try finding a superintendent for less than what we're paying, and you're going to get what you pay for. So, point being is the market is the market. We don't dictate it. If we want someone to do all this work, we're going to have to pay for it. I don't really care what the title is.
Okay. Anyone else on this one? So, can I take that to mean that we will not be cutting or reducing number 13, this position? Next is 14. This is the GATE program specific to the classes at Olive. I'll open it up to you guys. Trustee Mack, go ahead.
So I've got a fair amount of experience with this program, having kids gone through it. And interestingly, from different angles. I think a lot of us know that there's tested gate, true gate versus achiever gate. There's a big difference. And frankly, they have very different needs. We used to fill these classes with achievers, round them out. My kid was one of them. It worked out, but it wasn't ideal. And it's not really what we're trying to do. We're trying to serve gate kids. This is special ed, and we have to serve them properly. So I'm totally in favor of keeping the program the way it is. However, I am concerned with a small class size. And I want us to find a way to address the gap in the class size relative to the capacity that we need to carry in order to, properly serve our community. So I'm looking forward to working with district staff to figure out how we're going to do that. Whether that's bringing in kids around it out, I don't know, but we can just have to be careful. I know what Ms. Chima was saying about achievers being grouped with true gate tested kids. We just have to look at it, and we have to balance that against having a class. I mean, granted, I think the kids tonight, fourth grade class, what'd they say they had in there, 20?
But that's not what Gary's represents, so I'm not sure about the discrepancy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, but anyway. Yeah, but anyway, but what we need, because I know in prior years that some of those cohorts have been as low as 17, and we can't do that, so.
Okay, other comments on gate, Trustee Gasson?
So I would like to keep it, but I also would like to have staff do an analysis or a report and just kind of structure like a plan. Kind of the same thing, like how are we going to do that? It concerns me about access for students. I don't have the history to know why we moved it to Olive, but I think that that's important. That it's not an easy site to go to where it's located. So that would be important for me. But again, having an actual outline of what we're doing with the program, so people don't feel like we keep throwing it up here. Having metrics that it needs to have so many kids. We need, this is what the expectation is of the program, or this is what we can and can't do, because otherwise it's just, something that keeps going on and off. But if we say, hey, we need to have 28 kids, or this is what we're going to do to fill the class, or this is what we're going to do to help improve access for all students. And if we get 17 kids or, 2 years in a row, then we say, look, we've tried marketing too. Just wanting to understand the program and how we're going to do to support it if we keep it, which again, I would like to keep it on there, but having it more structured so that we're doing stuff to make sure that we support it to be successful, or we say we just can't, if that's making sense. So.
Trustee Milrick, and then we'll go Trustee Jacobson. Were you?
So I'm of two minds of this, but Principal Chima's words I agree with, and I've looked at this over time. And the problem with putting it on Lou Sutton or Linwood or Olive or any of the pullouts is, first off, there's a whole bunch of kids who belong in Gate who are exceptional in some way, can't get there because there isn't a mom or a dad who's available to drive them around. And so right at the very beginning, it becomes a class of people who have SUVs and a free parent, as opposed to a class of kids who need the special care. So years ago, we said, well, let's see if we can put this on each campus and figure out, have academic staff work towards building a program that really does deal with the gifted student. And gifted isn't just smart. Gifted are kids that go home and come back in the morning and can do calculus or have some music ability. We have kids in our NOVA program who I don't know about this year, but in prior years travel and perform virtuoso violin and then come back and take their academics here. That's gifted. And those kids are special ed. They need something that is really directed. My neighbor has a daughter who is very good in math, and she went to Stanford University High because we couldn't offer her in any of our math programs anything comparable to what she needed for education. So I would like us to move towards GATE offered on every campus and figure out how to do that. On this budget item, I'm still confused, and so I'm sort of not. I'm not going to argue one side or another because I don't quite understand all the consequences. But the idea of having a pull-out program that basically excludes half of our GATE kids from being able to participate was a terrible idea 10 years ago, and it's still a terrible idea today. It ought not to be bragging rights from a parent. It ought to be what's good for the kids. So,
Okay. Trustee Aguilar.
That's a little harsh, but.
I know we've lost a lot of students in the past years, but I'm convinced by the feedback that I've gotten from many people that we haven't lost as much because of GATE. And so that's just another way of looking at it too. I think GATE has brought so much to our schools, and probably the reason why we still have, like I said, some of the students that have not left. And so I would be in favor of keeping it. But again, like I've said with other items, if we need to remove it, remove it. But I would be in favor of keeping it.
All right, Trustee Jacobson.
Yeah, I don't want to be repetitive. I agree with what's been said already. We need to do some work on making sure that those classes are filled, and how can we do that? I don't think we should put it on this list today.
And so my turn. So I want to bring it back. It seems like we kind of reached a point, and we may have missed it, but some of these yeses or nos are coming with direction.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
And I want to just, so getting back to 13, it was like we really wanted an analysis of that position and a real job description and the amount of work that goes into that. And so now we're talking about GATE. Yeah, I agree with everything that's, how you guys are presenting it. This has been a difficult thing for all 18 years that I've been here. Basically, what we're talking about is identifying brilliant, genius children and giving them the support they need so that they don't go crazy with their capabilities. And how do you do that? Well, we've done it a lot of different ways through the year. So I just think at this point, I'm going to support taking it off the cut list. I don't necessarily think what we have now is the best version. So what I think I'm hearing from the board and myself is we need to agendize and plan for addressing GATE again and trying to come up with is it cluster, is it specific, and address the quality issues that have been mentioned and how kids get into it. And I've always wondered statistically in a town of 60,000 people how we can have so many genius children when if you look demographically at all the other communities, there just really aren't that many geniuses. Now I know it's Marin County, so maybe up at 1%, but it's there's too many designated for this role, and I think we should do an analysis. Okay, next, the deans. We've kind of talked a little bit about that. I'll just weigh in and say that I think that staff has a good idea to change it so it becomes a new thing that we're gonna fulfill our requirements and our needs for the students, et cetera. But this is a cut that I think we should make because it's. Yeah.
Yeah, she already did it. Ashley already did it.
So I'm going to put this down as a yes. So according to my calculations, if not including it, we can go back to, well, let's finish the list. Next is Hamilton Middle School. Any interest in trying to get into reconfiguring our grade levels and school structures, et cetera? Hopefully we don't have a fire that we all have to get out of here.
It's a door alarm.
Door alarm, okay. All right, so number 16, Hamilton Middle School consolidation into what's probably would have been San Jose. I'm a no on that.
I'm a no on that as well. We have a lot of students there that have so many needs, and I would be a no for now.
Trustee Mack?
I just think it's the wrong time. I think we need to take this potential issue and holistically in with all the other potential ideas we have for changing facilities, and there's a lot of them. And I think just calling this one out on its own without really putting it all together doesn't make sense. And it doesn't serve those kids to do it in a vacuum without really building the support around them to make it happen if you were to do it. So I'm a no for now.
Okay. Any other comments on this? So
Yeah, just back to the students. In my case, in this case, I think just the students, the needs are just way too strong.
So how about we, earlier on I mentioned that long-term we're going to need to address these issues. So maybe we're going to the direction on this particular issue. I'm going to recognize you. So as a trustee, I'm just commenting. I see us having to address this issue one way or another eventually. We can see it through the demographic changes, but it isn't the time. We need to see what happens as the pandemic becomes an endemic, and then what comes after that. Trustee Miller.
So the arguments that have been made in favor of keeping Hamilton is that these kids need a protected, closed environment. They need special care. There's 100 populations in the Novato School District that need special care. This is one. Do I think that special care can't be offered at San Jose Middle School? No, but I don't think you can get there in a year. I think you have to think about the population and the services and how you're going to meet that need. So for this year, I would be no. But like every neighborhood, San Ramon, when it started, Lucette, when it started, when the neighborhood first built up, there was a large surge of population, and then over time the neighborhood becomes more uniform in terms of residents, and Hamilton's going to see some of that. So at some point, this conversation is appropriate, but I'm no for this year because I think we need a plan. So I think I'm consistent with the rest of the board. I think.
Any more on this one? So. As previously stated, we will not be adding the Hill Middle School consolidation, but we will be addressing this on a long-term basis. Next, 17, this is the elimination of board benefits. Would anyone care to comment on that one?
Yeah, my family depends upon the health care that I receive. Every employee, well, let me put it this way. Last week I got an email from Jan Derby at 3 a.m. A superintendent, a custodian had a heart attack, or likely heart attack. That person had health care. This district thinks every employee should be able to know that they have good health care and good provisions, and it doesn't matter if you're a trustee or a superintendent or a teacher or a custodian or a groundskeeper. You know, if you need to go to the hospital, you can. And to me, this is exactly the same category. It's either good for everybody or it's not good for everybody. So I absolutely reject the notion that we should give up health care as a special class of employees compared to everybody else. So I'm no on this, and goddamn no, because it's just unfair.
All right, well, that's okay. Trustee Gasson.
So I understand that, and my statement's only going to be that as we look into the future, if we can at least evaluate having a plan for board members, if it adjusts it just a little bit, that we pay a little bit more or something, and that we can contribute in that way. I would be open to that conversation, not to eliminate, but to, maybe have a plan that and I don't even know what we pay now or whatever, but just having the contributions by the individual trustee as opposed to the plans that we're offered. So.
Trustee Mack.
I'll just be totally transparent. I want to keep it as well. I use it. Let's see, I'm trying to remember who in my family uses it because we've moved it around. But ultimately, it's because the company I work for is based in a different state, and they have a great program, but not in California. And this is the way I get it. And I'll be completely transparent. If it's gone, I probably have to go. I'll just leave it at that.
Anyone else? So I'm a no on this issue as well. I just think it's a bad idea to deny this benefit to current or future board members. I think that for people in the private sector, I mean, it's you can't. It's hard to get health insurance. It's very expensive, even if you can get it. So I just think it's not a good idea for that reason, and I appreciate what Trustee Mack said, Trustee Miller as well, that this is a personal, sensitive area, and to just deny the opportunity. First of all, not all trustees take advantage of it, so I don't know. One idea was to have us pay more. Maybe we could do means testing, things along this line. So maybe some of the direction in this area is it's no, but we'll take a look at it to see if we can't come up with something that saves us some money going forward. So Trustee Aguila, you had a comment?
Yeah, I don't take advantage of it, but I agree with what's been said. And also, you know, in the future, if we go to a five-member board, you know, things could change.
All right. Well, cutting the board is. Remember, we've been through that like
yeah, I know.
3 times since I've been doing it. But we're not doing that tonight. But I know that that's an idea. That's a justification for a reduced board size that I'm in favor of. Okay. That means that on 17, it's a no. So now, if I'm doing my math, if we were to include the overtime, which I want to go back to, we're well over the 4 million mark that the county and their actuaries asked us to get to. So.
Yeah, she's been tracking it.
Oh, excellent. So great. I'm glad that's probably better math than mine because I'm rounding.
At this point, you haven't reviewed number 18.
What did we just say?
So okay. Oh, no, you're right. Okay. So let's do 18, 19, and 20.
We already put zeros in 19.
We're already 0, 19, and 20
yes,
probably.
That was clear.
And then on 18, well, let's have this conversation.
I'm going to jump right in. So I'll tell you right now. So I think the worst thing we could do right now, if you want to see a lot of unmotivated people who want to leave and basically just do not care about their job, you do 18. We don't want to do that. We need our people to step up. And the last thing we need to do is basically incent them to not care and to start looking for a new job. Do we really want that? I don't. I want quality in this office. I want people who are, like they are now, here to serve our kids, not to gripe and leave, and frankly, they would. And I wouldn't blame them. This is not the time to be doing that, especially in this market. So in fact, we'd lose them, we'd probably have to pay more. So, because that's the reality of the market. Anyway, so I'm a no.
So you're a no. All right. Trustee Gasson, and then I'll go to Aguila and Melrick.
So I don't remember who said it, but the last year they already took a cut. They were the only bargaining unit, or to my understanding, that actually took the stipend days, which meant a lesser salary for them. They've been supportive of that. And, you know, I just think at this point, I would prefer that was removed because for the reasons you said, but also for that, they've already taken a hit this last year.
Trustee Aguila?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said, and except I believe that regardless of the cuts and what they've made or the amount of their salary, I have faith in our staff, our principals, and all our workers, that no matter what, whether they get paid little or a lot or whatever it is, no matter, that the morale may be low or high, but I believe that I trust them, and I have faith that they do great work no matter the morale, and if they have to leave, they have to leave. But I say keep it, but I just wanted to clarify that I have faith in them.
So
Oh, no.
Trustee Gill, I just clarify, when you say keep it, you mean keep it as a cut item, or
No cuts.
The ex opposite?
No
Okay.
cuts. And I'm just saying that I don't believe that people are working here just for the money, but also for the love of the children, is what I'm saying.
Okay, and then Trustee Millrick, and then Trustee Jacobson, if you're done.
That's the right decision. We sat down and
Okay.
have pulled together a resource team that is going to take us out of some really stupid decisions, and we're going to work our way out of this, and I just don't think we should slap them in the face at a time when we need them so much. So I think it's if we did this in business, if we did this with any of my companies I work with in business, their executive team would walk out the door. They'd have jobs by noon. This is
Okay.
not private sector thinking at all.
Okay, Trustee Jacobson, you're good. So, yeah, I'm a no on 18 just because of how it's structured, and we're always doing our best to cut administrative costs. Nobody wants to be wasting money. If anybody thinks that there's people living in an ivory tower up here, they're just misleading you, if that's what they're saying. So that gets us to the number we wanted. I didn't want to cut the overtime by as much because I'm looking to have some assurances that, and this just comes from my own personal experience. I've been there where the stockholders say cut overtime, and then they hold you responsible for losing money because you can't deliver your customers' orders because you can't pay people overtime to get the customer orders. And I'm really worried about this. So I want to make sure. Can we go with a smaller cut here, or so it could be? Can we say no for now, and then have you guys maybe bring this back in a smaller number, because I don't expect you to.
And what I would say is we could take it off the list completely because you hit the number. But what I will commit to you is we will still say no overtime except emergencies, and we'll see where we end up.
Okay, so I think that's a good idea. I think, teachers get overtime, everybody gets overtime, and nobody gets, well, wait a minute. No, that's not right. You're right. I misspoke. I misspoke. So if they were doing another job or something. Okay, so never mind. Okay, so then, so we're done if we're going to say no to 6, and you got to, yes.
I just was surprised it was only 150,000 that you took out 25, but what I was wondering is, could we at least put, to keep it on here that we do 50,000 or something.
Just to have it as a marker?
Just to have it,
Sure.
yeah, on there that we're,
Sure.
I mean,
I
it
think
sounds like you definitely think we could do 125, so even 25, I don't know, that's just my,
Derek? 50?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, a safer reduction,
Okay, we'll
or,
go with 50. We can do that, no problem.
okay. So we're going to change it to 50, and it'll be incentive to force these, to not be extravagant with overtime, which, if anybody's been a manager knows that's silly. Okay,
Is there a way to get this out, or to us at least, now that it's complete?
the completed version, I suspect, if not, you'll have it tomorrow. Yeah. So do you guys want me to read the whole thing over, or do you feel like we
No,
have?
I'll move that we approve as adjusted.
Can I have a second? Second from Trustee Gasson. All those in favor? I have 6-4 and 1 absent. So the budget cuts have been adopted as stated. Do we, and we
Thank you
have
to the
no more.
committee.
Fill out your purple sheet. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Please support your public schools. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.